Hello, Peter. Yes, we'll be doing some tonight. I'm just trying to figure out what this Twitch thing is. And while I start up my... So, FaZe, welcome. While I start up my... Arknights stuff. What am I looking for? Hello, Hasper. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Sweaty Socks. Welcome. Right. Oh, hang on. I need some water. Back in a sec. Hello, Tempest. Welcome. Right. And I've also installed Plants vs. Zombies. By the way, how's the music volume for balloons? Is it too loud? Levies, welcome. Hello, Gun, welcome. And King Fighter, welcome too. And Sunshine, welcome. Lower a bit. Okay. Hello, Killer. Welcome.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, wait, hang on. That's the combat volume. It's the music. I know my voice is pretty low. Carrier, welcome. Bluebell, welcome. Brancy, welcome too. Hang on, let me turn on my other machine so I can see if anything goes wrong with the stream. So how's everyone going with Gavial? Completed or still struggling with something? Jonan, welcome. Yeah, the badge is going to get fixed on the 17th. So the event will be over by then. Nix, welcome. Yeah, I've just been farming RMA as well on my main account. My alt account was completely dry of both RMA and sugar. So with balloons, I've been playing for like the past hour, just getting the account ready, which is just doing some early grinding because you start with basically nothing. You unlock it pretty quick, but it's kind of dull to sit through the early stuff. So I just did some of that. I'm going to quit out of that for now. And apparently there is a way to integrate Twitch into it where you guys can redeem channel points to do stuff in the game for me. And I think you can either upgrade my units or spawn more enemies. I just need to figure out how it works. We may not end up doing that this stream. It depends on how people like the game. And then next time I play it, I will figure out the integration. And then we can incorporate some absolute mayhem into it. And we've got 3 hours until reset, which means I don't have to spend any sanity if I don't need to. But I don't think it makes a difference. thanks to the new and improved daily mission system, you no longer need to hoard some sanity if you're going to be doing expensive missions the next day, which is good, because man, that was annoying. Yeah, I'll figure out the Twitch integration for balloons on another stream when we play that more dedicated. We'll just see how people like the game first, and then I'll see about integration, because it could be really fun. If the integration is good, then we could have a lot of fun with chat. Yeah. Now it takes about 15 minutes to complete all the daily missions.
夢あなたはどんな夢を見るのかしら
Hello, Teal Obsession,
あ
welcome.
なたは今
Panya Panya, welcome too. Tangent, welcome.
その場所も一つの夢
Yeah, we'll see how bad it can be. I'm pretty surely they would have balanced it, but I can imagine it getting pretty hectic. And then let me start up the instance with my alt plus Plants vs Zombies. Nightbot, you may... I'm not sure if there's going to be... I don't think it's going to be a handhold stream. I might just do a couple of impromptu handholds. So I would turn it off for now. The handhold notification. Because I'm not sure how much I'm going to do.
研究環境としては悪くないわ。
この部屋はすごく
And so
安心で
I installed Plants vs Zombies as well over here. So we're going to dual box Plants vs Zombies and balloons after we do some Arknights. First thing I'm going to do with Arknights is we're going to discuss the latest update in AK China. And actually, let me load up my China instance. That way we... You know, I should really get China loaded on one of my other instances. But I just like to have every game running at once. It makes things so efficient when you need to run multiple things at one time. Yes, we're going to talk about the pink dog cat or cat dog. Yes, so there's a couple of new characters. And if you're wondering what she looks like, I have the perfect illustration. Hang on one sec. This is gonna be great. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Okay. Right. So this is what the new operator in Arknights looks like. Hello, Heeks, welcome. I should send this to Nami. See what she thinks about my art. I'm totally gonna send this to her. Let me save it. Pink cat dog. This is perfect. Like, literally flawless. I see no errors, no faults, no inaccuracies with this. Oh man. It's gonna be too good. Okay, how's my CN instance doing? Alright, let's open that up. While that's loading, let me just quickly burn through some of this. Yeah, the waifu skin is quite nice. I don't like waifu's default. Hey Nico, I don't like waifu's default look. I don't really like her art style. I don't know what it is about her art style. The skin looks much better. It's a much nicer style. First disconnect of the day. Nico, I saw you were struggling with math in the Discord. Yes, waifu spin kicked my connection to the server and just disconnected me. Anything? No. Anything? No. Anything? No. Podenko doesn't exist in recruitment. And anything? No. Total garbage. Alright, we'll do those at reset. Okay. I've got, what, 4 hours of this. I'm going to use some of this just in case I forget to do it later. And let's turn that down. Let's bring over the CN one. Turn that up. How often the tags and recruit update if you don't use the slot? About once every 3 months. Whenever they add new operators to recruit. Sorry, is not M9 yet. I am waiting for... There's some upcoming event that's going to give me a bunch of the materials I need, just so I don't have to upgrade other materials. Because she needs so much of the same materials to get to M9. About 50% is like the same 2-3 materials. So this is the upcoming patch for Arknights China. So it's a mini event, a light sparking darkness. Not the most fluid English phrase, if I'm honest. They could have made it a bit more, bit better off the tongue. Hello, Weeb, welcome. So there's a few. Yeah, I would at least remove so it could be light sparking darkness, or you could just do a light in the darkness, just get rid of the spark bit. But I think they want the spark because of Golden Glow. You know, her spells being very, you know, spark-like. I think that's what they're going for. So this is a mini story event. It's only going to last, you can tell because it's only going to last a week. So it's going to be very small rewards. This is one where after it's done, it goes down into this section over here. Almost certainly. What this does mean is small rewards, small content, small duration, and almost certainly no rerun on the operator. So if you do want her in 6 months, this is your best opportunity to get her, and there's probably not going to be another great opportunity after release, which I think is really annoying how we don't get reruns of some new operator releases. They should just tie them to other events. They could easily do that, or just put them, you know, during downtime between events. give an opportunity to get that boosted rate. Like, you know, some of the big ones were like Serta. You know, she was tied to something of Afternoon? Stories of Afternoon, wasn't it? I don't remember. I don't remember the name of the event. They come to the shop faster. No, that's not true, Fido. Their appearance on the shop is based on their initial release. So for instance, Thorns is getting a rerun. He's the next special banner, and he's going to the Golden Shop in under 6 months now. So she is a... So for anyone who didn't see my very brief video, we don't have too much detail on these operators yet. Actually, let me quickly check to see if any news has come out of her. Arknights. Billy. Oh yeah, that's a new hype character. The one from Fighter. That was around release because they had to get some operators. Nowadays it's much longer. For instance, Calcit is like 18 months away. All right, what's the I need to find my goddamn bookmark for this. Actually, let's just make it simple. Arknights Wheeler. I don't think they've released the info on this character yet. They've released the info on the 5-star. Yeah, and each new operator release gets further and further away from release to gold certificate store, because the gap is widening. At some point they'll probably have to accelerate it again, otherwise it's just going to be, the gap will be too big. I mean, already at the moment Calcit is not coming for another 18 months and she's already been out for a while. So here is the Chinese Twitter, basically. And so this is where we get the trailers for the CN content. So they haven't released everything yet for the upcoming patch. If you want to see the Jackie animation, so this is the 18 months in EN. Here, let me show you. If things go at the current rate, the release... If things go at the current rate, this is the release of upcoming gold certificate debuts. So, we've done Kyobi. We've done Bagpipe. Rosa's next. You can see Thorns over here. About 6 months away. And there's Calcit. Expected September 2023. So it's a very, very long way off. And the gap is getting worse, because they added an extra banner between each debut. Because it was getting too fast. And the reason it was fast was to get a bunch of operators in rotation after release. But at some point, they are going to have to accelerate it again. Now, if they do accelerate it, we will know based on what happens in CN. But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't accelerate until at least the end of this year for CN. See, even the gap between two operators is, you know, it's not that far apart. It is quite far apart, just for two. what it also does allow by splitting them further is getting more reruns of older operators. Yeah, so it's why if you want someone like Calcit in my Should You Pull video, I basically said if you want her, this banner is the best opportunity to get her for a while, because you're not going to get her easily any other way, and she's also not on the gold certificate. The gold certificate 6-star selector. The next 6-star selector ticket cuts off at passenger. So every operator older than passenger is on the next 6-star selector, excluding limiteds, obviously. So Calcit is a long way off from easy acquisition. Whereas if you look at someone, you know, like Phantom, it wasn't released that long ago, but he's almost on the gold certificate store. Which 6-star is recommended on the ticket? This. Number 1 pick is Surta. The ticket will come out in April, I think. No. Very much. End of April, maybe early May. So you would still be waiting like 6 months to buy Surta with the gold certificates. If you've already got Surta, next best pick is this guy, Thorns. But this is purely like the, the objective character power picks from the tickets. However, with Thorns, by the time the ticket comes out, he's actually very close, you can see, to gold certificate release. So, and because he's easily the most flexible operator in the entire ticket, right? So, Surta is the most powerful, but if you've already got Surta, or you're just going to keep borrowing her, Thorns will give you the most bang for your buck because of his flexibility and versatility. However, he's very close to the gold certificate store at that point. Whereas other great option, and this will be my pick if I don't pull her by then, is Mudrock. And Mudrock is a long way off, even though she's only, a few operators separated from Thorns. Because of the widening gap, it just gets a lot worse. So, if you're willing to be a little bit patient, and you've already got Surta, or you don't want to pick Surta, you pick someone like Mudrock, and then you wait and buy Thorns. Anyone older than this is much easier to acquire. They're going to reappear on the gold certificate store sooner. Many of them you can get through recruitment. Calops, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Surta also, the other thing about Surta is right after Neolite, where you can buy the 6-star selector ticket, there is a joint operations banner. Let me bring up the image. I believe I've got it over here. Yep. So, over here. So over here, right. We've had all of this, these 4 banners. Next is Thorns. Then with the CC, so Thorns rerun with CC. Then release of Chapter 9 with Sailor release. Rerun of Maria Nell with Blemishine banner. Then Pinal Sylvestris mini event with release of Fartooth. Then Neolite. Then right after Neolite, you've got the Joint Operations banner. Joint Operations banners, best value in the game. If you need all 4 of these operators, like if you want all 4 of these, by far the best banners in the game. Except for, depending on your roster, the New Year's banner might be better, but New Year's banner swings wildly based on what you've already got. Isn't there a special banner during the Walk in the Dust rerun? We don't know when Walk in the Dust is going to rerun. Talk about the UI changes. Which UI changes? There's a lot of UI changes. You're going to have to be more specific, Galen. Thorns is next. So we're going down like this. I wish I could draw. Can I draw on this? Yeah, I can. Give me red. Right. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. This is next. Gallon, you can't link. You can't post links in chat. If you're talking about the UI change stuff, I've already talked about pretty much everything that's upcoming for the next 6 months. But I'm going to make a full video for everything that's coming up. If you're talking about record restore, I've talked about that last stream. Yes, so Thorns is next. So if you're looking at the 6-star selected ticket, which will be available between here. So this is 6-star. Right, so 6-star will be right in the middle over here for Maria No. So let's draw on here. 6-star. Right, so this is where the 6-star selected ticket is available during this event. Now, if you're going to pick Surtur, you wait until the banner following. You can select any operator that's passenger or older. So you can't select Cowsit. So cut off. 6-star cut off. Try to draw with my mouse. Right, so the 6-star cutoff is this slide over here. Yes, it costs $30. Unlike the 5-star selected tickets, which are free, this one is $30 US. So even if you're going to pick Surtur, for instance, wait until after the Neolight and see if you're going to pull on this joint operations banner. And because joint operations banners are the best value. If you need all 4, amazing value. If you need 3, still better value than anything else. If you need 2, it becomes the same value as a standard. The ticket expires in 60 days, which is more than enough time to hold it until here. It's the ticket plus a 10 pull. So you get the 6-star selected ticket plus 10 pull. So it's $30 USD equals 6-star plus 10 pull. So it's the best value thing you can buy in the game. If you only want one operator from these, if you only want one of the 4 operators from the joint operations, unless you also want potentials, it is not worth pulling. If it's 2, then it's just as good value as a standard banner. Except the only thing that you're weighing up against the standard banner is, would you rather get, if you get off banner, would you rather get a random 6-star, or would you rather get, let's suppose you want Phantom and Surtur from joint operations, and you've already got Saga and Schwartz. The chance of getting either of the ones that you want is the same as on a standard banner, 25% each. Now, if we were comparing this to, say, a standard banner with Phantom and Surtur, you get a 50% chance of getting one of the ones that you want, or 50 of getting off banner. Would you rather get a random off banner, or would you rather get one of these 2? That's basically where you have to weigh it up. The risk of, let's say you do want Phantom and Surtur, the risk of waiting for a standard banner is that they almost always pair the stronger operators with someone that's much weaker. Sometimes when they want to do the mega bait, they'll put 2 strong operators together. Like in CN, the previous standard banner was Thorns plus Aya, right? That's mega bait. That's when Thorns debuted in the Gold Certificate shop. And before that, it was Bagpipe and Blaze, right? They were trying to drain your resources from Link. Whereas if you do want, say, Surtur, and you're going to wait, they may pair her with someone much weaker. But they may also pair her with, say, Mudrock. And if you have a Mudrock plus Surtur banner, that's amazing standard banner. So on this banner, the weakest is definitely Schwartz. She's great, and the niche that she fills as the focus sniper against bosses is really nice. But overall, not as good as Exia or Ashe. Saga is best in class of her type, but her type is not the most amazing type in the game. Someone like Bagpipe is better. And let me just draw this. It goes like that, then like that, and then like that. So 1, 2, 3. That's the order. And this is next. So Schwartz is definitely the weakest. Phantom is best in class, and he's getting buffed with the with his module. His module is probably going to bump him up to S+ tier. I think it's worth going for Phantom dupes because I'm only missing Surtur and Saga. So Jackal is a very good example of what to consider because it's like an edge case. He wants Phantom dupes. Sorry, is it worth getting Phantom dupes? He wants Surtur and Saga. Really wants Saga. Phantom dupes don't seem bad. Right. So in your case, you've got a really good reason to pull over here because you're missing the most important operator on the banner, which is Surtur, and 25% chance of Surtur is the best you're going to get. Even if Surtur is the only one you want, you've got a really good case to go for it because of how strong Surtur is and because you're never going to get higher than 25%. Unless you're willing to wait until November to buy her from the gold certificate store. That's really it. It's either am I going to buy her gold certificate or am I going to pull her here? Because you're probably not going to get a better opportunity from here to here. Phantom, being a fast redeploy, after Vanguards, fast redeploys are the best candidates in the game for duplicates. So getting duplicates on fast redeploys, particularly up to the the deployment reduction recharge and the increase in talent, is very much worth going for. And plus, because you also are missing Saga, you might get her along the way. So in your case, I would definitely pull on this banner. And I would probably pull maybe first 2 6-stars, and then you can reassess. If within the very first 6-star, you get Surtur, I immediately stop. As soon as you get Surtur, you stop. But how many 6-stars are you willing to go in is the question. So if I pulled and the first one I got was Phantom, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. If I pulled again and I got Phantom once again, at that point I'd be reassessing because it's like, do I want a third Phantom on top of that? And he's not, it's only duplicates already. If I get Saga first, I'd be really hoping I don't get her again. But if you do plan to use Saga, extra duplicates on a Vanguard is not the worst thing. Really, the main blocker on this banner is Schwartz, because you don't really need more than one of her. With Saga, if you're going to use her, extra duplicates are always great on Vanguards. Same story with fast redeploys, and then obviously Surtur is the big money ticket over here. Yes, so the ticket expires after 60 days, and this arrives 1 or 2 weeks after this event. So you've got plenty of time to save up and hold on to it. You can even hold on to the ticket until the Mountain banner, if you're considering buying Mountain. Why is Surtur one of the best operators in the game? Because, well, it's a few factors. She does a very high amount of damage with her third skill. And while the skill is active, she is really hard to kill. And in the circumstance where she does die, and she does kill herself over time, she's then immortal for a certain amount of time, after death, after she drops down to 0 HP. So she's guaranteed to do a lot of damage. It's not true damage, it's just a lot of damage. She's guaranteed to do a lot of damage, and the skill charges up in 5 seconds. So you can drop her in at any time, do a massive damage, and it's a very long line. The only thing she doesn't do is hit aerial units. Is Blemishine a good defender when you don't have Saria or Mudrock? Yes. Blemishine is a good defender. She's more similar to... Actually, she's sort of a little bit of Saria and a little bit of Mudrock in her. But she's closer to Saria. A bit more of like a bit more offensive Saria. With the sleep CC. August 19th is a rough estimate, but he'll be around there. Yeah, this is gold. Hang on, let's erase that. Gold. Debut. Yeah. There was a question earlier, hang on, that I missed to do with the... There was who was worst to get on the banner, which was Schwartz. But yes, so even though Schwartz is the weakest of these four, she's still great. And unless you've already got like built Exia, built Ash, maybe even Fartooth, she'll definitely be worth using for her skill 3 in situations where you can deal with some bosses. Is a surprise standard Mudrock banner possible? Yes. And it's likely to come quite soon. She was on a standard banner before, I think it was right before Calcit release. So it's been over 3 months, I think, since Mudrock. So yes, she's due for an appearance sometime soon. So how hard are you considering handhold pulls? Ventus, I'm not sure what you mean by handhold pulls. You mean viewer pulls or stage handholds? I'm confused. It sounds like you're talking about both at once. Ventus, viewer pulls. I will definitely do viewer pulls. Yeah. I'll definitely do viewer pulls. We'll do that, like, I suppose we'll do it Thorns. There's a whole bunch of people who want Thorns. I have Thorns on every account except my alt account, and I'll be pulling for him on my alt account. So we'll see who gets the luck. Yeah, we'll do viewer pulls for Thorns. And since he's one of my favorite characters, and I want everyone to have him, I'll make sure everybody gets him. Would you also do account reviews? We'll probably do some account reviews this Saturday. Account reviews just take a bit more time, and during the week there's not that much time. So I'll do some account review stuff on the weekend. Make sure you put up a disclaimer in case of bad luck. Yes, I do not take credit for any bad luck. However, I do take all credit for good luck. Those people I gave Saria to in recruitment, you're welcome. Javent, thank you for the sub. And KMX, thank you for the follow. You want to pull a mine today for Calcit? Up to 1 6-star. Hasper, if you want to do that, I'm up for it. Dr. V PhD, we can do the account review this weekend. And now for account reviews, for those who don't know, there's basically 2 versions. There's the Flex account reviews, and there's the Advice account reviews. So the Flex ones basically just want to show off what they've got, and the Advice ones are like, you know, who should I add to my team? What should I pull for? Who should I E2 next? That sort of thing. Thorns could be in 2 weeks. If you want to do if you do a Flex account, it comes with a roast as well. There's a free roast thrown in with your Flex. I don't roast new accounts unless you ask me to, because you haven't had a chance to screw it up yet. Know what time I will do review stream? So I start on Saturdays generally pretty early, and we kind of go all day. May end up having to do like 2 sessions, one morning, one evening, because we've obviously got people from different sides of the world. Yes, you will need to join the Discord because there's a channel where you post the request, and then I get you to DM me on Discord. How long is an account considered new? For me, I consider account veteran not so much by age, but by the status of your roster. So if you've reached a point where, actually, I'm in my CN account. I've got too many damn windows open. I can't find it. All right, give me one sec. So if I look at, say, my main account over here, I consider this now pretty veteran because it's not like mega veteran. I would say this is veteran for like almost free to play. Because I've got a whole ton of 6 stars. I've got most of what I want. For those who weren't here or who haven't seen my planning video, I've got a 6-month plan video if you want to see this in full detail about how I plan. Oh, hang on. I don't want to get rid of this. Do we still need this? Hang on, let me just save this in case we want to bring up this monstrosity of a guide. Hang on. Gold. Set. Debut. Monster. So here, this is what I want. What I still want to pull on my main account. So this is the stuff I want to pull. I've got a whole video going through how I determine this, how I decide what to pull, what's coming up, how I allocate all my resources, etc., etc. So I've got pretty much most of the stuff that I want. Like the important stuff is top and high, and as this gets cleared out, I move things from moderate higher up. The low is basically that would be nice to have. The recruits and potentials, that's just passively doing it along the way. Ling wasn't out at the time, but Ling is going to get added. So I consider my account pretty veteran. Like it's not mega veteran because I'm not at that stage where the only thing I'm doing is pulling on the next new operator and getting my characters to level 90. Because I don't whale. Morning Furious, welcome. Because I don't whale, I'll probably never catch up to that state. So I would consider my main account veteran. I've been playing. It's hard to. I always lose track how long I've been playing. I created this account at the Mudrock Resmontis release, but I didn't properly start playing until. It would have been Mansfield Break, maybe shortly before then, because that was the first event I properly finished. So I'm guessing it's been what? I don't know. Yeah, I can never remember. However, if I look at my CN account, I'm actually going to quit this because I don't need it open anymore. If I go to my CN account, over here, and this account is quite new. If I sort by rarity, you can see that it's really not got very much. So this is not. I wouldn't consider this account like new at this point. I would consider it like medium aged account because it's got several core operators. I've got units to E2. I've got masteries on all of these units. I can save up enough resources to pull maybe every second new operator. I need to balance that with pulling some older operators. I thankfully have a bunch of gold. Come on. I thankfully have a bunch of gold certificates. A lot. I got really lucky with these. So I can buy operators that I want. Hang on, what was I doing over here? I need to burn some stamina while I'm chatting. I can buy, a couple of operators that are coming into the gold certificate store. I did get quite lucky on a few banners. The New Year's banner was absolutely spectacular for this account. 3 6 stars and 14 pulls, including Certa and Mountain. And I did get top operator tag as well, which obviously does help. But yeah, I consider this medium. So this is not what I would consider a new account, because I'm at that point where I can properly plan out what I want to go for. I don't have to really decide on who's going to get promoted and going to get mastery. Like, it's not such a tough decision anymore. Hello Cripper, welcome. So, is it common to have a complete drought of LMD and XP? Yes, it is. Especially if you don't... Especially if you don't have a full base. Like, if your base is not done yet. Because A, it costs a lot to keep building the base, and B, your factories are probably not producing very much each day if they're not done. And then you'll always get a massive boost when a full story event comes out, because they give you 500,000 LMD. And then if it's a limited event, you always get a nice login bonus, etc, etc. Yeah. So this account is going really well. Like, it's actually going much better than I expected. I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was gonna be struggling way more. Is it worth getting pot 2 using the red certificates? Yes. If you care about potential, then yes. Don't forget, you've got until Near Light before it gets replaced. Yeah, so you can get 2 free bagpipe pots. I say free, but you have to earn them. But at least it's not going to cost you any pulls. And then I recommend buying her from the gold certificate store when she comes back, if you want to get. Red certificates. Let me show you. Actually, this is a good time to show this, because this is what's going to come in place in under 3 months in Near Light. So Near Light is going to add these 2 operators. So you've got a 4-star Chaincaster. This one. Pretty decent for a 4-star Chaincaster. Unfortunately, the archetype is just not that strong. So it's not really worth building her. It's only worth going for her if you want to try out the archetype, because she's cheap to build. And this one, now this one is a 5-star elemental healer. Now, elemental healers are super important once chapter 9 onwards comes out, because they heal similar. You know how you had the corrosion in the Solidae and you had the insanity in Undertides? Well, there's elemental damage, which is similar mechanic, and you'll have enemies that start doing elemental damage, and then elemental healers will do regular healing plus elemental healing. Now, there is a better elemental healer, this one, releasing with Salek, but if you don't get her, you can always buy this one. So she's always available there. Ethan and Breeze do not get replaced. They are staying. However, what is getting replaced is all the tokens. So you can see here the different tokens from what is on global at the moment. So as soon as Near Light comes out, this gets what you see in global at the moment is getting replaced by this. So if you do want to get that Vanguard token, then I would farm for it. It takes, I believe it was 17 days of natural stamina regen to either get one or to get both. I think we calculated it as being one. Now, the best use for the Vanguard ones is obviously on Bagpipe. All the rest, the best use really, if you want to think about it in the grander picture, is limited operators. Because obviously limited operators are much harder to get, So let's say if you really like Dusk, use the caster tokens on Dusk. If you're like Nyan, use these on Nyan. The supported one, use on Skadi, etc, etc. The best time to farm red certificates is either during mini story events where you can earn the event currency on any stage, or during CC where red certificates are open every day and you don't need to spend any stamina on the CC itself. So yes, if you do want those, you are going to have to get to farming, because it does take quite a while to get all the red certificates. Now you do get stacks of red certificates from annihilations. So for instance, on this account, I need, for instance, to do this, which is our current annihilation. And you can see there's a nice chunk there which will help you out if you haven't completed any of these. Hello Revolution, welcome. So yeah, this will give you a nice little chunk. Also, during anniversary and mid-anniversary events, sometimes they give, you know, a nice stack as well, which is how come this account has not used any red certificates. So I got this from a bunch of annihilations. Hello Refa, welcome. And freebies they gave away. Do I think it should prioritizing E2 Calcit or farm the event? I would farm the event stage. Whenever there's an event out, farm the event, worry about everything else later. The only thing you should do during an event is facilitating farming more of the event. So if you can't farm it for whatever reason and you need to do a little bit elsewhere, in order to farm it, you do that. But once you can farm, my recommendation is always farm and then worry about something else later. Even like with, you know, farming tokens for promotion, I would just hold on until after the event. Like for instance, if you saw I wanted to promo Passenger, but I was missing 2 caster tokens, I decided I'm just going to put it on hold and I'll farm it after the event is done. Is it worth getting the first free 5-star on every banner? No. King Does Rage. Going for guaranteed 10 pull is, in my opinion, the biggest noob trap in the game. Because it is much better to just save up for particular operators. And even if you're thinking, well, oh, the pity adds up anyway, so when the operator I do want is going to come out, you know, comes out, I'm going to, you know, the pity's going to add up and I'll get them right away. But what if you get, you know, what if you pull on a banner where you don't want the operators, like, you know, let's say these two, and you don't want either of these two, and you're just going for the 10 guarantee, and your pity breaks on Mizuki, and you didn't want him. It's like, you know, there it all goes. Even on a brand new account, I don't recommend going for guarantee. Unless all 3 of the 5 stars are great. What if you whale and get every single new operator that comes out anyway? If you're that kind of a whale, you don't need to pull to guarantee. That's the thing. A whale or a Leviathan will get every character on release. And for potentials, they'll get maximum potential for the 5-star on release. Because it is so easy to get maximum potential of a 5-star on release. Yeah, the only time it's worth going for 10 pull guarantee is if you want any of the 3 5-stars. So let's say in a crazy world, you've got Spectre, Warfarin, and Telopsis. 100% go for it. You know, it's totally worth it. Sometimes it's even worth it just for a potential, if they're characters you really like. You're Cripper with the worst luck trying to get Meteorite. Yeah, see, people will tell you, oh, it's worth it, it adds up a little bit, but why not just save it all for a better banner? That's the thing. Just save it all for a really good banner. You can go in a limited banner where you're going to get way more gold certificates. You can go for a killer standard banner. You can go for a great rerun banner. There is no worse banner to pull on than a standard banner. That's the thing. So if you are going to pull on standard, it needs to be for something good. And if you don't whale, then you really need to save your resources. if you do well, there's still no reason not to go elsewhere. The only person who can really justify pulling everything is if you're a Leviathan and you literally have the money is no object. But even then, someone like that is going to get everything they want as soon as it's on the release banner. Hi Rin, welcome. Let me quickly do these recruits in case I get something amazing, which it won't be. On CN you can shut catapult up so quick. Yes, so I do not recommend going to guaranteed 10. Alright, what have we got here? We have got medic, technician, melee, group attack, survival. That is nothing. And what do we have here? We have got guard, auxiliary, melee, survival, group attack. That is nothing. Someone asked if Nerl Radiant Knight is worth E2ing. Absolutely. Nerl Radiant Knight is really good. She's not like top tier, but she's a great operator, and her unique feature of being able to bypass deployment limit is excellent. Sniper, reload, auxiliary, technician, cost reply. Nothing. I'm pretty sure this is the same as yesterday, which was worthless. Nothing. So yes, Nerl is great. I'm going to need a reminder on Nerl's module. Let me quickly look it up. I don't quite remember it. I don't remember if it's the same as the others or if she got a unique one. Her module is when attacking blocked enemies, increased damage. That's really good because she has a mechanic all about attacking block enemies, so that just boosts that. And that's really it. So it's just a flat damage increase, which is good. Like that's just solid. There's no reason not to get it. And it gives a really high base stat increase of 230 HP and 70 attack. So it's a standard solid module. If you're going to E2 her, it's definitely worth going for that module. It's not like a situational one where, or you know, a very minor increase. What have we got here? We've got melee, auxiliary, guard, remote, starter. All worthless. But yeah, it's a solid module. Yeah, so she stays out on the field for the duration of her skill 2. Skill 3 is true damage, and true damage is always good. Well, how did I kill Pedro? I just killed him after 3 weeks to try and kill him the American way. Everything I have on him, Thorns finished the stage. How did I kill him? I don't think I had Thorns at the time. I think it's been a while since I did Thorns. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Aya. You used the traps to weaken him. Did I use Aya, or did Aya get one shot? I remember somebody I used to try and kill him, like to try and help kill him faster, just got instant killed. I don't quite remember. Is it better to do 10 pulls or single pulls? I prefer single pulls because, you know, you can stop as soon as you get what you want. But if you want to accelerate, if you want to, you know, pull a bit faster and waste less time, then you start with the 10s, and once you've done about, I don't know, 30 pulls, then you go into singles, just in case, you know, you're hitting the way out. But yeah, if you don't want to sit through a whole ton of single pulls, especially with the hour-long speeches that some characters give when you pull them, then you could do, like, say, 3 10s and then go into singles until you pull a 6-star, and then you can go back to 10s, etc. That's how I would do it if you just wanted to be a little bit more efficient. But I much prefer singles, because then I can save literally every call. What do I need here? I need XP. I'm out of everything. Getting Thorns, Ling, E2 with Mastery plus module. Kind of took everything out of me. They have said that they are going to update it so that we don't have to sit through that much dialogue. All they need to do is just speed up the appearance of the text. So what determines the time that it takes to skip is how long it takes for the actual written text to go out. And obviously in China, there's use a lot less characters for a full sentence. That's why you can skip much faster. So they just need to increase the speed for global. All right, let's quickly talk about, we got completely sidetracked here. Let's quickly talk about the upcoming event. There's a lot here. This is upcoming for CN, so this is 6 months away from global. So it's a mini story event, you know, similar to Preluding Lights. It lasts a week. We don't know the mechanics, we don't know all the details yet. What does this? Oh, it just gets rid of the interface. Are we going to see Kirby's new skin in game while the current skin is still on sale? Boss, Kirby's new skin doesn't come for 6 months. If you mean, is her skin going to come back, then yes. So there's the new Jackie skin. This is a free, this would be the free skin of the event. And for those who haven't seen the video, this skin is based on an absolutely crazy stunt by Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan mold stunt. I'm going to mute it just in case. And the stunt itself is described in the description of the skin. So he electrocuted himself, burnt his hands, broke something, basically, and then he finished the scene at the bottom because he had to fight a bunch of guys afterwards. And then in the credits for the movie, you see what happens when the camera cuts, when the scene is done. And he got the ambulance and his hands are completely burnt. The skin is gone. Yeah, like, it's just, whoa, you don't want to do that. Yeah, he's broken his back, he's broken his ribs, broken his legs. I think he's broken his nose several times. He's broken a ton of stuff. He's done some absolutely insane stunts. So yeah, this skin is based on that. This is the free Jackie skin. And if you want to see the animations for it, they have released those. It's over here. So this is the base tap. This is the base idle animation. And then you got the deploy. So yeah, this is the free one of the event. It's quite cute. Then we've got, obviously, new operator, Golden Glow. Pink Kurene, aka Pink Doggo, aka Pink Cato, aka Pink Cat Dog. For those who didn't see my leaked concept art, so this is the leaked concept art for Golden Glow. I've had this on my computer for a long time now, and I had to keep it secret. But now that the operator's been revealed, I can show you the concept art for Golden Glow. Here you go. Oh man. This is immediately what I thought of when the whole everybody thinks it's a dog, but no, it's actually a cat. If you haven't seen this cartoon, Cat Dog, old thing from Cartoon Network, it's very fun. Yes, so Golden Glow. She is a drone caster, so in the vein of Click and then future release for Global Kiara. Drone casters are great. They do something a little different from other single target casters, and it'll be interesting to see. We don't know her ability details yet. I'll make a video as soon as we do know more about her. And oh, it's Nickelodeon. Sorry, I think I got confused with Courage the Cowardly Dog from that was Cartoon Network. Yeah, like Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network had a lot of shows where it was like sort of their equivalent for each channel. You know, we've got a show about a dog. Now you've got a show about a dog. We do a show about this. We do one about this. You know, it's always like they'd always compete back and forth. Yeah, so drone casters are generally better than single target casters at like the focused single target damage. But then the single target casters will have like a specialty that makes them shine. So obviously Aya has the massive AoE. Kyobi has the big, you know, anti-armor angle. But the drone casters, they have that really nice mechanic where their drones will hunt down the target even when they go out of range, which can be really good against like a very tough, slow-moving enemy. Yeah, similar to the way multi-hit snipers get a bonus from buffs, drone casters also get that. And Kiara already has 2 drones, and from the look of the video, it looks like Golden Glow is going to have 3 or 4 drones at once. It'll probably depend on the skill that she uses. And also, we haven't seen... She's the first 6-star drone caster, so we haven't seen what a skill 3 looks like for this archetype. And if the skill 3 is like, you know, send out 4 drones, they'll hunt down the target like crazy, maybe even like split off. What would be an amazing skill, mechanic for one of her skills would be they hunt down the target, and if they kill a target out of her range, they then lock onto the next nearest target, so they can sort of chain across the map out of her range. That would be really good. Laterano event, we don't know. I thought the Laterano event was going to be the next one, but the fact that we're getting this event first means the Laterano event is probably going to be the next full story event, similar to Break the Ice. So my guess is Laterano will be the next full event after this, which means we'll probably get a lot more out of that event than this. Generally, if you like an operator, if you like a particular story, a particular location, you want them to get the full story treatment rather than the mini story treatment like this. No, this is 6 months away from global. So the 5-star operator is Quercus. She is an same archetype as Nine Colored Deer and Tsukinogi, which is one of the worst archetypes in the game, by far. However, this one is actually looking quite good, and we know her abilities. So they've released the art for her, and we know everything about her except for, I think, her second passive. I'm not 100% sure if she's got one. So she's got some really cool art, and let's see her animations. Hang on. I want her animations, not a stretch thing. So you've got, this is her base tap. So the archetype mechanic is that they do damage normally, and when you activate a skill, they turn into healing mode. The problem is, for the most part, their skills of this archetype, their skills are pretty garbage. Their damage is not that great, and neither is their heal. Because it's like, if I need healing, I just bring a proper healer. And someone like Podenko, where you can swap her to healing when needed, that's useful because when she's not healing, she's applying slow. And you'll bring her for the slow, some kind of utility. Whereas just a little bit of damage is kind of lame. However, Quercus is much more interesting. So she's got a cool deploy animation where she just appears out of thin air. So her skill 1 is a permanent skill. So what it allows you to do is it allows you to swap between modes at will, which is already a massive improvement compared to the other types, because you can't, with the other types, you can't do it on demand, which is just kind of annoying. However, the thing that will probably make her definitely usable is her second skill, which whenever she heals a target, they gain 1 SP. And that is really good. Any kind of SP recharge is always usable. You can always get something out of that. Killer Cup, thank you for the follow. I also missed Crackhead before. Wrecker Games, thank you for the follows. Yeah, so SP recharge is always useful. And especially if you need, say you've got, Warfarin and her, you can put them on like 2 different ends of the map for some SP recharge. That's always useful. Now, whether she'll be amazing, probably not. But in the same way that every fast redeploy is inherently useful simply by being a fast redeploy, she'll probably be useful just by having some SP recharge, at minimum. So, she's looking like a pretty good 5-star operator. Yes, and also her talent, Cold Milo has pointed out, her version of the archetype talent is much better than the others. So the others, it's comes into effect when your allies are below certain HP, and usually by that point, once I think Tsukunogi's is like what, below 40%. By the time your operator's at 40%, they're probably going to die. It's much better to have a healthy operator take less damage, rather than someone who's about to die take less damage. Because if they're about to die, that's probably not going to make a difference. It's only a shelter, a below X% HP shelter effect will only be good if that shelter effect is really powerful. If it's something like, if your operator drops below 50% HP, you take 50% less damage, then that's good. But it's never that good, you know? So it's, if you're going to have it as a mild buff, it better be at the start. That way it's going to take effect for most of the game. But yes, so she's a pretty decent operator, and certainly on newer accounts that don't have things like Warfarin and Telopsis, Liskarm, she will definitely be a good starter unit. I have to wait and see if she'll be good in the long term though. Next thing, we've got the skins. So we saw Jackie before, and then there's Waifu and Kyobi. Now, Waifu, they have shown her off. So this is the splash art. I much prefer this art style to her default. I love the crazy tiger driving the hot rod. We need a animated GIF of this for Twitch to go with the driving Pepe. Driving Pepe is probably my favorite Pepe emote. It's just, it makes me laugh every time. And so you've got the base tap. Yep, there we go, smiling at it. People are going to start spamming it out. I love that thing. If I was one who used Waifu a lot, I would 100% get this skin. Now, I don't really use her, but I think this is a huge improvement over her default. I generally go for skins on operators that I really like, and it's an improvement on the default. This has got to be a reference to something. Does anybody know if this is a reference to something? The yellow thing, I'm pretty sure, isn't that a shield? It looks like it's either a shield or it's like a mesh door, like a fence, you know, gate door thing. Yeah, it does look like a door, but it's got to be a reference to something. You'd have to freeze frame it to see. I think there might be something written on the door or a symbol or something, like a keep out or something like that. Her deploy looks really cool. I love that deploy animation. Yeah, this is a huge improvement over the base skin. Huge improvement. Waifu fans, you can absolutely rejoice. So yeah, we've got that. They have not released Kyobi yet. I suspect they'll probably release Kyobi sometime later today or early morning, and then we'll get Golden Glow's details. And there's also the furniture set as well. Yeah, with most fast redeploys, you've got a slightly different animation. And yeah, with 18 OP skins, they will do because they're obviously different animation for different skills, they'll customize them even further for these ones. Yeah, so we've got all that, and let me actually close cat dog. We'll close that. Hopefully it didn't. Did it draw all over my thing? No, good. I don't actually have the drawing things. Did I get the module for Ling? Yes, I did, and it's really good on Ling. Like she doesn't need it, but it makes a big difference because it reduces DP costs quite significantly. Right. So we've got the Kyobi skin, we've got a nice sort of dreamy furniture set, and that's really it for the event. So this is 6 months away. Am I going to pull for her? I don't know. I need to wait and see on her power. I'm not a big fan of her design. She's not like the type of operator that she is not my kind of thing. Morning, Neelix. Evening, Neelix. Sorry, I should say. How is there not a Saga skin yet? I'm actually very surprised they didn't do a Saga skin for Invitation to Wine, but they did do one for Mr. Nothing. I wouldn't be surprised if Saga gets a skin next Chinese New Year. Yeah, for me to pull Golden Glow, she'd have to be a very good operator to use. Yeah, so that's the CN news, basically. I don't think... I would be very surprised if she's as good as Aya. I'd be very surprised if they ended up making an operator that's as broken for her archetype as Aya again. Where it's a single target caster that's better at AoE than AoE casters. They should really avoid doing that. They really need to avoid making more operators that make operators of different archetypes redundant. See, with Chen, at the very least, Chen is not arts damage. You know, you do have an argument where if you need the arts damage, you use the caster, you know. That's the one thing. That's the one thing going for him. With lower rarity operators, I think it's fine if you have regular power creep, particularly the 4 stars. So, for example, Click being better than the other single target casters, I don't really mind. You know, that's because you can't avoid. The only way to avoid power creep is either you do something different or you make them worse. And obviously, they don't want to make more new operators that are worse, right? look at what's her face? What's the AoE ambusher? The squid girl. I can't even remember her name. She's awful. Worst 5-star in the game. Kirara, yeah, that's it. Kirara. Like, you either have a situation like her, where she does nothing new, is absolutely garbage, which obviously you don't want, because you want to make operators that are enticing to use and to pull, right? They've got the incentive of making people spend money and resources on them, and obviously engaging with new characters. And players want nice, fun characters to use, right? So you don't want a Kirara situation. You can try and do something different, right? In the same way that, you know, a drone caster is different from your standard single target caster. So you give them something a little bit different, where they're weaker without the skill active, but with the single target skill active, they're stronger and it's got a bit of utility to it. That's nice, right? With a 6-star, because you've got 3 skills and you have room to make them really good, right, and really interesting, because that's what people are going to focus on, the big, rare units. There's a lot of flexibility in what you can do. You can make something like, you know, completely different. So you look at, say, Thorns versus Silverash, right? Silverash already existed, S+ tier unit, total meta. We're going to do another range guard. What do? You know, everybody's already got Silverash, most likely, because, you know, beginner operator, he's in the recruitment store, etc., right? How are we going to make a ranged operator, a ranged guard, that people want to go for if they've already got Silverash? And then you look at Thorns, something completely different. But if they're not a 6-star, it's a little difficult to do that, because generally, to do something different and good usually makes them quite powerful. And obviously you want to focus that on the 6-stars, because that's where the money comes in. So with a 5-star, it's a little more difficult, and with a 4-star, it's even more difficult, because you're much more restricted in the power levels of 4-stars. So power creep amongst 4-stars, I don't really care. 4-stars are also very cheap to build, cheap to raise. Because they're so cheap and so efficient, you're going to get plenty of use out of them, even if someone better comes along, you know? So if they release another healer that's, let's say, better than Susuro, a single target healer that's better than Susuro, I won't care. You know, anybody who's built and used Susuro has gotten plenty of use out of her. It's not a big deal. What you really don't want, generally, is a situation like Chen, where Chen comes out and it's just like, these 5 other operators are now, frankly, not worth using because of her existence. You know, you really want to avoid that. And that's why I really don't like what they did with Chen. It's just too strong. And in gacha games, they were pretty... I would be very surprised if they ever nerf any operators. Gacha games, nerfing operators is the absolute last resort. And my experience so far has been that every single developer would rather a character be absolutely broken and OP than to nerf the character by 1%. Yes, this is Ling with the with her local dialect. So this is her special accent, just for her. They will never ever nerf operators in gacha games because there is somebody who plays your game who has spent thousands of dollars to get max potential of that character you're about to nerf. I don't think it's illegal, but it would make people very unhappy. And the moment they nerf things, it sets a precedent for players where they will no longer trust the company. So you could do nerfs, right? And people will start thinking, hang on, the latest operator, right? Let's say they nerf Chen, right? And then in in 6 months, another, say they nerf Chen next month, and then 6 months later, a new operator comes out that's even stronger than Chen was at release, right? By far, it becomes by far the strongest operator in the game. It's like Surtur plus Chen in one, right? Easily the strongest thing in the game. How many people do you think will hesitate to pull, knowing that it's going to get nerfed? If they nerf Chen, they're going to nerf this. Therefore, I'm going to spend less money on this. If any money at all, if I'm still even playing, right? You can do that in games like League of Legends and stuff because A, it costs you what, $10 to buy a character? Games like Dota, the characters are free. So it's really not that many, it's not that much money. Plus, everybody's got a pool of characters. Characters are getting buffed and nerfed constantly all the time. People understand it's part of the game. Whereas with gacha games, it's very expensive if people spend money and get max potential of a character. And remember, Arknights is cheap for a gacha game. Other gacha games, it is way more expensive to get max potential. The equivalent of max potential in other games. So they will never, ever nerf them. Instead, what they do is they just power creep. Power creep allies and enemies. So let's take the very first example of Lapland. Lapland, for a 5-star, OP as hell. Anything that could be silenced, she completely nullified the mechanic. So what they do? By default, every new enemy is silence immune. And if an enemy is not immune to silence, it is by design from then on. So they have done things like, for instance, in Invitation to Wine, you've got the talismans. Surtur is terrible against the talismans. Obviously, it'd be a complete waste to do that, but you know, Surtur's not going to solve all your problems in Invitation to Wine. A unit like Ethan, level 1, skill 1, no build-in in whatsoever, is better than Surtur in Invitation to Wine. Like, it's straight hard fact. And that's a more interesting way from more interesting and more balanced way from their perspective. They introduce new mechanics where the strongest operators can't just brute force it. The problem with someone like Chen, though, where she has big AoE, hits ground and air, long skill duration, high damage, plus armor piercing, relatively low recharge, easy deployment. It's like at that point, the mechanics that you're going to need to introduce to counter that is very difficult without making many other operators rubbish at the same time. And I don't see them doing anything unless they nerf it. Or they power creep everybody else to become up to Chen's level, and then they buff all enemies to compensate. So yeah, like what you want is you don't want anything stronger than Surtur or Chen ever getting released. But from the developer perspective, is if nothing stronger ever comes out, there's less incentive to pull on new operators. So it's like Surtur was fine to me because with Surtur, she didn't hit aerial units. She didn't hit, you know, in a wide AoE. Very powerful, but you still couldn't just use her poorly. Like you couldn't, because if you mistimed her, then you have to wait 60 seconds for her to come back. Right? There was at least a point and a bit of strategy to it. Chen is not as, in the ways that where it really matters, Surtur is stronger. But Chen is so easy to use where that most of the time Chen is just fine at doing whatever it is you need. Yeah. The fact that Surtur is not out there 24/7, unless of course you use the medic squad. 75 second, yeah. So it's a pretty long recharge, and also that recharge is not coming out while you're keeping her there. So yeah, it's like Chen Katapolsky Chen will come back in a year. Yeah, so it's like... Now the thing is, in other gacha games, there's usually like the yearly power creep. So every new year, they'll release a new banner, which will be a very big banner, and that banner signals the power creep. So everybody on that banner will be better than every equivalent from past times. From the past years. In Fire Emblem Heroes, this was done with the Choose Your... I think it was called the Choose Your Legend banners. And those were the fan favorite voted characters. They would get a special alter unit, or sometimes it was the first release of that character. But even if it was the first release, it would be done as like a legendary hero style. And they would all be extremely powerful. And then from then on, every banner in that year would basically outpace what came the year before. And Arknights wasn't really doing that. However, and so every year basically would power creep the previous year. And that was a way of forcing people, if they wanted to stay on top, to keep spending money. Arknights wasn't really doing that because Arknights was much more creative with its operators. So I'm curious to see what's going to come next. You know, next summer event, when Chen is going to rerun as on the limited banner, is the new limited operator on that banner going to be stronger than Chen? Or is it going to be the Chen equivalent for another type? Say, what if they release a healer that's as strong for healers as Chen is for AoE physical damage? You know? Yeah, like what if we get, you know, Summer Shining, and Summer Shining, when her skill is active, it makes your entire team literally immune to damage for 30 seconds, right? Or, you know, something busted like that. Now, that sounds obviously completely insane, but if you would have said what Summer Chen does, you would have, you know, people would have thought, there's no way they're going to do that. It's way too powerful. There's no way they're going to make wide AoE, long duration, armor piercing, slow, double damage, relatively short recharge, hit air and ground unit operate in the game. There's no way they're going to do that. Oh, and with a 20% chance each shot to not consume a shot. Right? It's like, nobody would have believed you. So, Shining that makes your team immune for 30 seconds is not the most insane thing I've ever heard at this point. What if they do 6-star, the first limited operator Vanguard, and that Vanguard power creeps Bagpipe? You know, makes it so that all Vanguards now have double skill recharge. Like, what if they do that? Which is what something like Fire Emblem Heroes would do. And in Fire Emblem Heroes, that's perfectly that's expected, because they know that a year later, something even stronger than that will come out. But the way Fire Emblem Heroes characters are designed is it's a lot more basic than Arknights, a lot more straightforward. So it's very easy to power creep in Fire Emblem Heroes. You just make it, oh, the next one has like +5 stats than the previous one. And that +5 stats alone makes them notably better than last year's version. And in Fire Emblem, for instance, at release and for a couple of years, one of the best skills you could have was called a Distant Counter, I believe, which made it so that a melee unit could counterattack at long range. So, say a sniper attacks you, you can throw your axe in return and hit them. That got power crept by one that allows you to do that, and it gives you bonus stats. Very straightforward power creep, you know. So in Fire Emblem Heroes, it's very simple to do. Whereas in Arknights, because the character's a lot more creative, you can't really power creep that easily without just making the same operator but stronger. And if it's just the same operator but stronger, even though it is stronger, people will not be as enticed to pull because it's kind of boring. Arknights players have an expectation of creative units, you know, fun, creative, interesting units. Actually, before I forget, let me burn a little bit here. TK yeah, I mean that's one way of doing it. The thing is though, so far, the better operators have had better modules. Bagpipe is one of the best operators in the game, and she has one of the best modules. But I 100% agree. They should make worse modules, but the thing is, the pattern is that 6-star operators will get inherently stronger modules, like, you know, with better stats and so on. So even if they make it an uninteresting module, it will already have, by default, a pretty decent boost. Phantom's got another great module, and he was not a bad operator by any means, and it fixed his biggest weakness. Whereas you look at, say, Chen, her module is 10% extra damage on skills. It's pathetic. That's pathetic, you know? What's the other one? There was the Skadi module, which is much more interesting. It gives the cheat death mechanic. But if the cheat death doesn't come with a few seconds of invulnerability, she'll just get one shot straight after anyway. Yes. So what Jokerface is saying, that is a good way of not so much nerfing strong operators, but bringing up weaker operators. And the perfect example of that is Integrated Strategies 2. The strongest operator there, if you get the caster SP item, is Passenger. Passenger is by far the strongest unit in Integrated Strategies if you get him. If you get the item that gives 2 SP on every hit for casters. So that's a good way of doing it. And it's so good that it is worth pulling it for him, and it's such an important game mode that it's worth pulling for him just to use him for that game mode. And I find that really good. Like, that's a good way of bringing up some that's a good way of, you know, bringing up some weaker operators. Make it that even, you know, say certain archetypes are suddenly much stronger. So for instance, it'd be great to see some way of making the Abjura, you know, the Tsukinogi archetype, a lot more useful. There could perhaps be a mechanic where, you know, for every time you hit, you take damage back, and her archetype can, you know, can pause the attack, and that can somehow be really good, or something like that. I don't know. There are plenty of ways of making it quite interesting. Passenger gets his module at near light, so in a little under 3 months. Yeah, the 4-star modules tend to be really good. It's usually the 5 stars that get the short end of the stick, because they're usually in a worse spot than the 6-star. The 6-star will get generally quite a strong module. The 4-star will get the more unique module, and the more unique ones sometimes are more interesting. Like Perfumer's one that heals an extra target. That's better than the little extra range on the others. The 4-star Chaincaster gets the no penalty on jump, which Passenger has a better one, but it's better for Passenger. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 1 minute.
云峦博讨，潜力苦撸。将闪孤人恶，唤朽行者。
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, most roguelike games have a... If you get a lucky run, you can have a build that's just so insane, it makes your entire team completely broken. Or make one strategy just beat everything. Like, one of my easily my favorite roguelike game is Hades. Put a lot of time into that game. And in that, when you get a certain combination of powers, you can just do the most insane things. There's a combination, there's one set of powers where all you need to do is just stand in a corner, fire your arrows, and then the little shards that pop out of the enemies will lightning strike around the enemies, and they'll home in on enemies, and they just sit there, and enemies just walk through this just field of lightning, and they all die. And you just stand there, you don't have to do anything. So you can do some really insane stuff if you get the right build. Calcit monsters, strong lings, dragons. Calcit monster with skill 3 active is more dangerous, but the dragons are harder to kill, and because you can have 2 of them out, 2 of the big ones out with skill 3, it's quite different. If you use Ling in the same way you use Calcit, you're really underusing Ling's potential. Yeah, Brancy, there's basically there's also builds where you just dash, which is the equivalent of the dodge. So you can just spam dash around. It will zap lightning all enemies around you, when the enemies get zapped, they they get like the static electricity so the next time they do anything, they take even more damage, and that triggers more lightning, and everybody's just getting zapped non-stop, and all you're doing is just spamming dodge, and so they can't hit you. So they can't hit you, you're not actually attacking, everybody's just killing themselves with lightning. Yeah, Hades is an excellent game. I would play it on stream, but I think I've played that game too much. I need to play other games. There was a time when I would play nothing but Hades. It's so fun. As soon as you finish a run, you're just like, oh, I gotta go again. I want to try another build. The combo, the abilities are really creative.
云峦博讨，潜力苦撸。将闪孤人恶，万求行。
Okay, so if there's nothing left to do with Arknights, I think we're gonna start the other games for now, and then we'll come back to Arknights for some Gavial stuff for people who need help.
若是铺去，倒也不差。不过要物一去，恐怕要走些准备。
She talks a long time when you click on her.
你先坐好，等我一会儿。
Okay, let me just start up. Actually, let me just make sure Yep, finish that. Yeah, her dialect is great. Yes, so the plan is to start doing more variety, playing other strategy games, other tower defense games. I want to do some games where there's obviously like Twitch integration, so you guys can get involved in some of the games. Want to do some really involved single player stuff. I'm really feeling like a Mass Effect replay of the entire trilogy from the start. We can do some cool things there. I'm thinking of doing. So my I think my genesis, the genesis of my desire to play things like, the new account challenges and such that I do in Arknights is, I think it started with Fire Emblem on the GBA. So when Fire Emblem first came to English, I had all the GBA ones, and I've played them like seven times each. And I played the game so many times that the last time I played them, I challenged myself by beating the entire game using the worst possible team of characters. I intentionally picked the worst team of characters and played the hardest mode, and that was really fun to do. So this is the alt account, so I'm gonna wait until reset before I pop these. Yeah, Fire Emblem 6 it's a bit of a slog. It doesn't have as much variety or as much creativity in characters and enemies and level designs. The levels are a bit too samey. Nothing there. And yeah, what a terrible set of tags all around. Yes, I did see Fire Emblem 3 House of Warriors. I'm not a big fan of the Dynasty Warriors type games, but it does look kind of cool how they're incorporating the Fire Emblem characters and such. I did play a little bit of the previous Warriors game. This is the alt account. It needs... Yeah, I'm waiting for the Fire Emblem 4 remake as well. It's been way too long. When are we getting it? They better not stop with the remakes right before the two games that actually need that deserve the remakes. The first 3 games are completely outdated. Even their remakes are kind of boring. The characters aren't interesting. I don't know why Arm is a popular character. 4 and 5 is where the franchise got interesting. So they better remake those. Uber SSR, thank you for the follow. Okay, this is good to exit, and this is already done. So let's exit out of this. Do I watch VTubers? Sometimes I don't watch them live, but I do watch clips of Iron Mouse with Connor. There's loops of monkey sounds. I was just wondering. I wonder if someone's done this. It's the internet. Of course someone has done 10-hour loops of monkey sounds. Alright, Mankey, send me the code when you get it. That'll wake everyone up. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, what the hell? That's not the email. Should I... Alright. No, I put in the wrong thing. Yes, I occasionally watch clips on YouTube of Iron Mouse and Connor. I do find VTubers a tad weird. Not the VTubers themselves, but the fandom surrounding them. And for me, funnily enough, the fact that you don't know them as real people makes it worse for me than if I knew who they were and they were just, you know, putting on the character, and then I could see them putting on the character. To me, that clicks better. But yeah, some of them are quite entertaining. And it's always entertaining to see Connor just dunk on Mouse every day. I did watch the stream where he went walking around Tokyo just to show her around. And Connor with the Xbox mic. That was funny.
Arknights.
Oh no, I like it when so Mouse dunks on Connor verbally, but Connor dunks on Mouse in the games. All the time. Right, so Mankey, you needed what? 8 challenge mode. Okay. Yeah, people were on the stream, people were spamming touch the grass. Touch the grass when he was walking in the park. Okay, let's do this. Right. So Mankey, you needed this EX. Let's have a look at your team. Can we... No, we'll do a practice first. Actually, I need to see what you've got. I don't think the masteries, you got 1 mastery on that. I think that's okay. I'd rather borrow something else to complement it. Right, you only got one mastery on that as well, but I think it should still be all right. We can borrow Silver Ash for the boost. Yeah, that's true. There is Kirby. The problem is for Kirby, you need to dig the top lane bit, and you don't want to put her by herself up there. Right, let's think of the formation. We've got the two slowers for the end. Ideally, I would like to borrow Suzu, but we might not have enough to actually kill the boss in two. Although, no, with Ifrit, it'll be fine. There's a nice Ifrit spot. Yeah, let's try borrowing Suzu. Just to wreck that dude's face. Actually, if we can get Suzu skill 3. Now, the problem with going for the spawn camp strategy is that you could just randomly have the boss one-shot your unit. I don't like relying on that. It's too... I think there's a reason why they reduce this random luck mechanics. Alright, let's see. Do we have a skill 3 Suzu? Yes, we do. Actually, is she the strongest one? Because she's not M3. It's fine, though. Should be okay with just the one. And in which case, we can bring more stuff instead of the other slowers, because Suzu will solo kill the damn chicken. Oh no, the mastery is just you can drop her in at the end after the stun, and she'll charge up really quickly. Alright, let's borrow the Suzu with skill 3. This one. We won't need Orchid, and we may as well bring Kirby, just in case. Right, we're gonna have Chen on the wall. Getting healed by Gavial. Yeah. Ooh. Calcit needs to go into the monster spot. But I suppose the monster doesn't really need to get healed. We could always put her on the wall. We could do these two on the wall. And just hope one of them lives. Who's going to hold the middle? Right, we've got Thorns. Side by side with Hoshiguma. We've got these two. And we've got Perfumer as the heals. That's fine. Might not need Podenko. I'll bring it just in case. Like, just worst case scenario, she will replace Chen at the end. We don't need Cardigan. Actually, Gummy is better than Cardigan. Skadi would actually help. But if I... actually, you know what? We will bring... Since we're going practice, we'll bring the... We'll swap in another slower if we need it. And we'll try go with this. See if Suzu can carry it. Which she should be able to, but who knows. Teal, thanks. Okay. Let's get some deeps. You just need to hold on a little bit. Can I get... Yeah, we'll actually put Thorn... Normally I put Thorns over there, but this is fine. This too just needs to hold a little bit. Actually, can I get away with putting down you first? Yes, I can. Okay, come on, Thorns. I need you to start clearing things out. And let's get chopping. Okay, need to go... Alright, so the Ifrit spot is over there, but generally I like to put Calcid over there, to put Monster over there. And then Monster distracts all the big guys. But we're considering Calcid over here with Kyobi. Now, I'm not 100% certain. Come on, Thorns, I really need your DPS. Oh, crap. Right, I really need to remove... I need to remove this guy so I can dig here. I can't actually tell how many enemies there are. Is that 3 or 4? There's 4. But one of them should die. Yeah, it's fine. Let's put you in. I want to set up... I don't know if I've gotten... Oh, he's already chopped over here. I feel like I don't have enough time to set this up. And actually, I can't dig any further anyway. Calcit can reach 1, 2, 3. She can't reach far enough to distract over here. I want to. I just don't want the guy to pop and stun all these enemies, these guys over here. But I should still be okay. Let's just drop Calcit. Do Kyobi just to finish him off. And then if we have to, we can retreat and drop in Gummy as the blocker. Also, I'm a bit concerned. I'm too used to M3 Calcit where she charges really fast. But we're okay. The guy stops to attack every 2 seconds. And let's pump you up. You know what? The guy's going to die very fast. Is Kyobi reaching him? Yeah. Oh, that's not good. It's the one target I didn't want you to hit. Right, now the chicken, we have to deploy Suzu, and I'm not 100% sure Suzu's skill is going to get charged up in time. However, I can put her over here, and then deploy Gummy as the distraction. And I think I'm going to have to do that. Because otherwise, it's not going to charge up in time. And these two are dead, so I may as well just retreat them. Oh man. Let's hope Gummy's got enough to survive. She should have the charge in time. That should be okay. Can't really deploy for it. I was just thinking of a distraction, but Gummy's gonna live. There's no deployment over there. Alright, what's your range? As soon as he stepped into there. I just need Gummy to live long enough for Suzu to kill the chicken. Why did he have to damage this one spot? Ah! Let's just put you over here for some damage if anything spawns. slow, painful death to the chicken. Die, you piece of crap. Oh, the Suzu amplification plus Ifrit is just wrecking those dudes. Okay, let's put you over here for some extra heals, because Thorns is not the tankiest fella. And then I think we might actually do Calcit. No, let's just set up Chen. Oh god, Thorns is really dying. Oh no, he's okay. Come on, Perfumer. I need your skill. This is surprisingly effective. Right, we got it. Okay, let's just repeat that and we're done. So we didn't need the top bit. Don't worry about that at all. And also, if he doesn't chop that one, the Aetherit spot, and instead he chops the end of the lane, it's even better. I heard there was a M3 Suzu. Yeah, there we go. I think I'm going to put Suzu in that spot anyway, because it's really nice to have her slow the enemies right as they spawn. Very important to wait until the first spinny dude comes out of here. Otherwise he'll just kill whoever you set up. I shouldn't need any more than that. Not you. Not yet. And this time he didn't chop that spot, which is good. Thorns, will you? Yep, you're gonna hold, that's fine. Now I can set you up. Oh, we've got a bit of a leak situation. No, we're all good. Although I will dig here for the heal later. Yeah, see, this is usually where the guy chops. If you don't put any units down, I've almost never ever seen him chop anywhere there. He always just waits till the last one. And let's just put down Kyobi for the sake of it. Buff Chen. Goodbye, Calcit. It was nice knowing you. Okay, let's do this, 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 this.
えか痛えのか
一人じゃないわ。私の血族がすぐそばにいるのに。
Is it cutting it a bit close last time? So I am going to set you up there, retreat you, and then actually that's better.
問題ないわ。利用確かに。
Is that gonna leak?
敵を死にした状況は
I can't count the number of enemies. They're all stacked on top of each other. No, it was fired. It's just this massive crocodiles.
困難な道であればあるほど自身の成長につながるものだ
Alright. And there we go. That's Gavial done for you. You just gotta wait for the metal fix. Don't forget... Oh, hang on, it's reset already. Actually, speaking of reset, I need to do my resets as well. Alright, I'm gonna give you your account back. And we'll log into the next one. And at the same time, I will get my resets going. Okay, Mankey is done. Kiro, can you please send me your login email? And Lumber Pasky, you may as well send it to me as well. That way it's ready when I need it. Alright. Alright, Kira, send me the verification code once you receive it. Let's log in. Now, it looks like you're asking for some sort of low rarity clear. I'm only going to give this a few shots. If it doesn't work, we're just going to move on to the other ones because there's quite a few. Okay. Alright, what have you got? Ethan is good. Probably don't need Amia. Siege, Arid in the bottom. Stina, does she slow? Yeah, she does. Okay, we're gonna need her. We shouldn't need this many healers. Do we have a healing defender? how are we going to kill the boss? We can hold just fine. The question is, how do you kill the boss? We can do Chen at the top. Or we can go for the little island bit, but again, that's random luck, and I hate that. Now, because this is not challenge mode, we can actually put a bunch of units down at the bottom. And in fact, if we just borrow Unekti's, I know that she can solo him. Actually, what's on your friends list? I need to see what's in your friends first. Yeah, there's plenty of options. You can A her. You can even, if she's M3, you can even deploy her after he axes one of the spots. It's Chen. We could do Surta. Probably just do Surta since you can deploy melee right in front of him. We'll keep it simple. And then we'll just bring a bunch of slowers. Yep, let's just do it that way. Okay. Alright, and it's even M3. That's easy. Alright, we've got one slow. We don't need Korra. And we don't need Amia. So let's bring some more of you. And then the front line over there is going to be Siege, plus Irene, perhaps Mouse, healed by Telopsis and Susuro, I suppose. Actually, we don't even need a healer for Surta. Should be okay. Yeah, this is going to be fine. Right, let's do it. My biggest concern is the DPS over here. It should be okay. But I'm a little concerned about leaks. Thankfully, the spear chuckers stopped to attack a lot. Let's set up Mouse. Yeah, we need a distraction for the spear chuckers. And we need an extra block. I actually want the guy to die. Ideally over there. I think if he dies here, she still gets stunned, but as long as Siege doesn't get stunned, it's okay. Irene, go to town. So good for a 4-star. Look at that. Should I just set her up for the sake of it? Just to give some healing? Yeah, why not? Actually, we didn't get this chopped. That's surprising.
言われなくても分かってる。
何すりゃいいんだ。
Okay. Now I need to set up the slowers. But I also got to set up the distraction. No, this is at the end, because they're going to attack the other guys otherwise. This needs to go like that. Also, we kind of need to hope that... She promoted? Oh, hang on. Who's the promoted one? Sister, I just need to keep them on, please. Actually, 2 shredders. Let's kill them. This guy's range, I think he's still going to hit her if I drop her now. Okay. That's done. Don't need you. Oh crap, I should have activated Telopsis. Who are we gonna get? Mouse is down, so let's actually... Oh, I forgot, you can... what's it called? You can dig up over here on normal mode. What's the guy doing over here? Does he just stand there for a bit? I didn't know you could actually deploy them. Oh crap, I forgot about over here. It's okay. Right. Now if she dies, Gravel's going to take over with no defense lost. It should be okay, at least until somebody else comes in. Oh, come on, Gravel. She's doing no damage. Okay. That's dead. I definitely need a block. Slow the big... no. Okay. If I just activated Telopsis' skill earlier, it would have been fine. I'm too used to ignoring that over there once you set it up. Anything I should change? I feel like we didn't need that many healers. I liked Cicero at the end there because she was helping. Although, if I keep the 3 healers and I actually dig in the top lane like I should, then I can keep the top bit alive a little bit better. No, it's fine. Oh, whoops. Not back. Start.
私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。ターゲットロックオン。どけ。リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
Yeah, let's get Mouse down first.
怯えたりしませんかな。絶対こう。私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。行く。絶対後悔しますからね。戦場に出たから死ぬ覚悟。もう計画はしたからね。本気で行くよ。貴様の生死は私が決める。初期化完了しました。
Is that gonna leak? No.
貴様の生死。みんなこっち来て。私に指図するな。エーバティー。初期化完了しました。
Come on, Mouse, finish him off. Thank you.
初期化治療モード適用します。
These armor shredders. God, they hit hard.
言われなくても分かってる。
Okay, we're going to do the same thing as last time. Cicero is going to heal.
ここにここだよ。
One this way, one that way.
配置についたわ。リンゴちゃん、
Give me the
今日
DP.
もよろしくね。
And this time we're actually going to put you over here, because I think it was these two shredders that ended up killing them.
治療してほしいやつは前に出ろ。
Oh no, hang on, no. Last time I activated this skill.
ブースだって戦えます。戦場は騒がしいから指示はもう。作戦はええ。
Oh, I forgot Ethan as well.
今後はアーツの治療範囲に入れ。
Ah, no.
今助けてやる。いい場所ね。ドクター、何か。
Yeah, this is going to be a problem. I forgot to put Ethan. He delays them for quite a while. Gavial was getting the life kicked out of her.
戦場に出たから死ぬ覚悟決めろ。悪くない場所だ。ブースだって。
The siege AoE finished the dude off.
一匹も逃げられない。
Quite fortunately.
今助けてやる。オッケー。初期化完了しました。私の武器は誰にも
Ah,
扱える
not
わけ
enough.
ではない。
Ooh. Can't decide. Do I go here for the block or do I go here?
アーツユニット起動します。貴様の生死は私が決める。
Just need less damage on siege for 2 seconds. No! Christ. Alright.
どいて、みんな道を開けて。押さないで。負傷者は医者にすぐ見せない。
Am I going to need to bring a 3 block just to hold at the end? I think so. Although I think if I just put Ethan down, it would have been fine. And I think I might even bring this just for that swarm. That way we could just stall them down. And Yeah, let's stick with that. It's fine. I might also try putting Siege... Swap Mouse and Siege. Because Siege... Her AoE will help both lanes. So that's what I usually do. Is I put someone on the top to help the bottom as well. Alright, let's do that. I'm still collecting my friends' credit things on my other account. Let's go.
目標さえ達成できれば、家庭は多少めちゃくちゃでも大丈夫だよね。
本気で行くよ。
何をやってもいい。
私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。
Now let's get to Lops out ASAP.
ターゲット
More skill.
ロックオン。
Depends on where he chops, that's the thing. I need to clear this out early, because if he chops the only opening I have, then I'm in a bit of trouble.
本気で行くよ。貴様の生死は私が決める。ここからはスースの戦い。貴様の生死は私が決める。どけ。
僕の番。僕の番。教えて。今何を感じてるのか。
本気で行くよ。行くよ。どうに出たくない。死ぬ覚悟決めろ。プログラム起動します。初期化完了。治療モード適用します。
How is there a leak over here? His mouse was focus firing this guy. Look at that health, look at that. Yeah, mouse can hit them as they walk through. But I think we'll just bring someone else instead of her. Honestly. I think Liscam would probably help more. And actually I can use Liscam. Because Liscam's got the block to hold as well. And what I can do is I could put... Yeah, I'm going to bring Liscam. I'm going to put Liscam... We're going to do a rotation of 3 units. So Irene is going to be covering both lanes, Siege in one, and then Liscam in the other. So it's going to be... Like that. How many is that there? Is that 3 or 4 guys? You really... I don't like how you can't see their HP at all until they take a hit. Just take a hit. Just 1 hit, please.
指示はあるかしら。戦場に出たから死ぬ覚悟決めろ。指示はあるかしら。初期化完了しました。
Siege is getting hit by this guy.
大名よ、轟け。言われなくても分かってしね。
I really do want to have to activate Irene here. This is one advantage of Mouse is that she's good against these guys.
戦場に出たから死ぬ覚悟決めろ。 怪我人はいない。敵はどこ？オーキッド、配置についたわ。
苦しい。
Alright. Let's hope Irene's got enough to kill this guy as well.
貴様の生死は私が決める。
What's the recharge on this? It doesn't say.
サンダーストーム。
Ethan's binding the chicken, which is good. Looks like we're gonna need that bind. Oh my god, there's two cut. Just one shot her. Cicero's kind of useless at this point. Ethan's bind, unfortunately, made the two casters together, so they just ganged up.
戦場は好きではありません。
I think I've got no choice but to activate it.
どけ。
I severely underestimated how much damage Mouse was doing. Like, so many more guys alive than when Mouse was here. Christina, are you going to do enough? I don't think so. And I can't save Siege because all three of these are chopped. Oh, Christina, just enough. Okay. Oh, that's the leak, yeah. No. Mouse's damage was basically, as it turns out, carrying the bottom lane. Okay. Right. I still want to bring the block though. So I think we're just going to bring one less healer. And then we activate Ethan's skill to bind the chicken. That way we're not as reliant on the slowers. Let's try that. No, I don't need a stronger Serta. No, when she comes back up, it's perfectly when I need her. It's the 20 seconds after she dies that it's a problem. Okay. Hang on. I would definitely like to keep Mouse over there. I think we're going to do Mouse, Siege, Irene, Liskar. Because the guy that was leaking, he would always walk like that. So we drop Mouse first. Or is that going to leak now? I mean, we can always drop Gravel for 2 seconds.
貴様の生死は私が決める。
So this time I'd like it if he didn't chop all 3 of the logs over there. I couldn't put down the healer.
ターゲットロックオン。ムースだって戦えます。戦場に出たから死ぬ覚悟決めろ。悪くない場所だ。どけ。絶対後悔しますからね。みんなこっち来て。
Yeah, see, once Irene's skill runs out, and the other one, it's this guy survived forever. The mouse is doing work. Alright, he's X'd that one out.
私に指図する敵も逃げられると思うな。みんなこっち来て。言われなくても分かってる。
Okay. What do you think? Do I put down Gavial to heal? I mean, I could put down Gavial facing like that and she'll keep Mouse alive. And she's the one who always dies. And then she can heal whoever's over here as well. And she'll heal Serta later. So I think I'll do that.
ここだここ。俺が見えないだろ。敵はどこ？治療してほしいやつは前に出ろ。貴様の精神が。
Come on, Ethan. Bind him. Not a single bind. You absolute failure of a chameleon.
何やってんだ。
慌てないで。悪くない悲鳴だね。
I'm gonna have to drop her when in range. Yeah, sure, he binds all of them, which I don't want him to do. Oh, there goes Gavial too. She got absolutely chopped.
手はず通りに。どけ。戦うしかないようだ。わあ、リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。どうぞ。わあ、見ちゃうところだった。
Ooh. Think I have to do
貴様
this.
の精神は私が決める。
Yeah, I think I've got no choice.
俺が見えないだろ。ドクター、何か。プログラム、医療プロセス、開始します。
God's sake.
私から逃げられると思っているの？
Alright, please bind this guy as much as you can.
悪くない場所だ。私に指図するな。愚か者。リスカム、準備完了。
Ethan, I need you to stop binding.
治療の準備だ。
僕の番。
準備完了。どうすりゃ。
Now I need you to start binding again. Alright.
しっかりしろ。
And then we'll back up the mouse.
怯えたりしませんから。
僕の番。悪くない悲鳴だね。
オーキッド、配置についたわ。戦うしかないようです。面倒だな。
And there we go.
私の武器は誰にでも扱えるわけではない。
Ethan is so amazing in that spot. It was built for him. It'd be even better if you had Manticore and Mizuki in the grass as well. That would they would just die walking through the grass, which would be great. All right, I'm gonna give you your account back, and there's your handhold. All right, next one was lumber. Right, hang on. Did I read the text? Yes, no problem. Kira, you're most welcome. Alright, Lumber, give me the verification code once you get it. I've got to do my dailies.
Arknights. いい朝だな、ドクター。
Okay, definitely need a lot of that. Still got my clue turn in as well, so I'll be able to buy that. Okay, so it was challenge mode, right, that you wanted? Yep. EX challenge mode. Okay. Alright, hang on. Before we do that, we're going to look at what you've got. It's going well. Seeking Fighter, thanks for coming. Alright. Well, this is a mega stacked team, so we're going to have absolutely no issue with this. Right. So what you need is so Lumber, you need to think of what the enemy's strengths and weaknesses are and how they match to your units. So for instance, with that Ethan over there, right? Ethan's only a 4-star unit, but he's so effective because of his strength, and the weakness of these units is they're really slow. So he's got plenty of opportunities to bind them. Also, another problem with this stage is there's not that many ranged spots. And I can see in this team, you've got a few too many ranged units. Like, there's not really anywhere to put them safely. You can put down the 2 snipers, but they're probably going to get chopped. So the 2 snipers, I wouldn't bring. You can just bring someone like Silver Ash for bonus damage. And so our front line is going to be Blaze. And we can do Texas and the Pluma. And then we can always bring a healing defender, like Nerl, if we need to go against the block, or we can do Neon, but we'll bring Nerl because, again, there's less... I mean, I'll use either team. That's fine. We don't have space for Vermeil. Project Red is good. Let's stall, just in case. And you can also... Someone like Project Red is good on this against the Duelist Crocs because you can stall them a little bit and get them to die before they get into combat. Now, I don't know who your slowers are. So in this case, we're going to borrow Suzu. And instead of Emil, how many healers have we got? Right, we don't have a proper healer, although E2 Skadi will most likely do the job. And if we drop in Nerl as well. We don't need this many Vanguards, actually. So we're probably going to get rid of Texas. And we can bring in another healer as a backup. I mean, we're already really overkill. But let's bring in a healer. So, actually, hang on. We're just going to go straight into the actual clear. Hang on, let me get rid of Romeo. Let's bring... Do you have one of the chameleons? Yeah, you got Ethan built up. Let's bring him, just for the sake of it. So, the front line at the bottom, there's a whole lane, is going to be La Pluma with Blaze, and then Nil healing, Bagpipe early for some for some DP, and some lane holding, and then Myrtle for the DP, obviously. We're going to go with the good old... actually, I'm not going to bring Chalopsis. I'm going to bring... I need someone with one longer range. Let's go Susura. And... now, to kill the boss faster, we can do Silver Ash, or we can do Calcit, combined with Chen. Actually, what's your Chen mastery? Mastery 2. And what is Calcit mastery? No mastery. Okay, we may have to skip Calcit and go to Silver Ash then. Silver Ash mastery 3. Yeah, we'll use Silver Ash. So, while this team is completely overpowered, you can still look at the strengths and weaknesses of the units. And I've done the same strategy many times before. So you can just downgrade the units to equivalents and it's completely fine. In base, do I need to set gold bars? If actually... I think you need to set it to 99 the first time and then it auto refills. I think if you set it to... I'm not 100% sure, but I think if you set it to 1 the first time, it will auto refill once you recollect. But you just set it to 99 just to be safe. Thing auto refills every time you collect afterwards. I'm not 100% sure if it's relevant. Yeah, so we're going to hold the lane as we did over here. So the main thing you need here is just a little bit of damage. Either high physical, which is what we're going for, or some, if you're using lower rarity, some arts damage. And then it's just about putting a killer unit to deal with the boss. And then you just need to find a way to slow the chicken. The chicken's the biggest threat on this stage. Now over here, we've got two options. We can do, we could put Blaze back here later on, and La Pluma over here, or we can do La Pluma. And La Pluma's going to cut across, and anything, because Bagpipe's only got one block, La Pluma is going to end up attacking a bunch of stuff over here. So it's probably fine to put her over here. And we've got some pretty high attack, although Nurl is also good over there. So if we do La Pluma over here, Blaze over here, she's still going to reach over the top, and then we could do Nurl over here for the healing. And even if it was lower rarity operators, I would just do the same thing. You know, your mouse would be over here, you could put Healing Defender over here, and you could put Arene over here, like we did before, and then whoever's going to hold your front line over here. So we're going to overkill it, but the strategy is still the same, even if you have lower rarity units. Right, so we're going to do... Hopefully we've got enough DP for La Pluma on the front. I think we've got enough time to set her up. Because normally I wouldn't do her first, but because Bagpipe is OP as hell, she will... She will take care of the guy fast enough. We're not going to cut these because we don't need them. Plus, the restriction of not being able to chop from here really does slow you down. in terms of your early setup. Now, because we've got La Pluma's skill 2, we're going to use her to deal with as much as we can, because these guys are pretty tanky. Now, Skadi's obviously over-buffing them. But it's just preventing us from getting completely mobbed. No, wait, let's do you first, then you. So this is the kill team. If you don't have Chen, you could put Aya over here. You could put Monster over there. You could even put Surta over there just for even just a few hits. It's completely fine. I mean, we're already kind of overkilling it. This is just making sure it dies away from the team. The main thing to do is just get the boss to not stun your team. And then just find a way to deal with the chicken afterwards. On Chen. Got Ethan. Team was so OP, I forgot to put him down. Now, what we can do here to save Chen if we need to, is we drop Monster like that. And then they start attacking Monster instead of Chen. So Chen can live if we need her to over here. But we actually want to put down Suzu. So I could put Suzu over here. If I'd set her up beforehand, I would have done that. Ooh, we might actually be cutting this a bit too tight. 3 seconds. Now, thankfully, she does slow him in the meantime. Oh, whoops. I clicked so fast, I activated Suzu and then Monster right away. And there's La Pluma dealing with the duelist. Now, the only thing is, we've got another duelist coming in. And La Pluma doesn't have a skill back up, she's going to die. Actually, we've got another log. I'm going to chop this. Suzu's just making those guys take extra damage, it's fine. So, because I suspect La Pluma's might die to these, I'm going to set up Blaze back here just to hold, and then we can set up. This is just a safety net. You wouldn't really need it. You would just put a healer over here to help heal them faster. In fact, these two are kind of just taking up space right now. And then if this leaks over here, we can always activate Project Red right there, just for a bit of a stun. And then Silver Ash would finish them off. Now see, the Pluma without her skill might die. In fact, she is. We're actually just going to retreat her. That way Silver Ash starts doing damage to this guy. Just a little bit. And we may even want to retreat Bagpipe. That way they're just dying to his skill. And then we're going to stun this guy over here so he doesn't go into a duel yet. And then hopefully Blaze finishes him off, but if not, you can always activate the heal. And then there you go.
Mission accomplished.
yeah, the things to be sure of is killing the boss no further than one lane out from the mid exit. So hang on, let me just open up the map. You have to kill the boss here at the latest, right? Because if he dies over here, he will not stun your front line over here. So you've got to kill him by here, and then you just need either 3 weak slowers to kill the chicken, or 1 Suzu to annihilate the chicken over there. And what I really should have done is I should have set up Suzu over here, and then when Suzu activates her skill, she would slow the chicken until he dies, and also slow all the enemies over here, so they wouldn't actually get in range to attack her. So she'd be completely fine over there. And I really should have done that. Like, that's the more efficient way of doing it. Also, if we'd set up Blaze much sooner, she could have cut through. But again, you know, we were using an overpowered team, so playing it suboptimally shows you how, you know, how you can do it. And then with the weaker team, you just need to tighten up your deployment just a little bit to make up for it. But yes, there you go. The rest of them are quite simple compared to this one. With this one, just use monster down here. It's the only thing you need. Everything else is just show as usual. I would just put monster right down there to just eat everything that comes out. Okay, I'm going to give you your account back, and let's look at the next one. Jay, can you please send me your login? All right, send me the code once you get it. And I also need to check my CN account.
Arknights. Doctor, 元気がいいじゃないか。
Okay, so you want the challenge 8 as well? Yep. Okay. All right. Let's check Chen Mastery. Mastery 2. That's fine. And you've got Thorns as well, which is great. We're going to replace Lapland with Thorns. Coco, unfortunately there's no space for you. Alright, Bagpipe and Myrtle early, Thorns, La Pluma. We don't need Elysium as well. I think I might bring Gummy just to supply a bit of healing, even though she's underleveled. Now the only thing is, I would like to borrow Suzu. But we just need to be really sure we can kill the boss ASAP. Meteor can help. Schwartz is a little underleveled. Even level, you've got a Mizuki though. Mizuki doesn't have the random bind, does he? No, he's got that bonus damage. Hang on, does Ethan have the random bind? No, he doesn't. Forgot about that. Okay. He needs E1. Alright, let's have a look at your slows. We might have to just go for the triple slow strategy.
与えられた任務は全うするわ。
Exia plus Shen. He's much weaker to res though. We can get Armia charged up. That might be enough. Now I think we're just going to keep it simple. And we're going to go for the triple slow. My only concern is none of them are level, so they're all going to die instantly. Alright, who's the third one that's going to get replaced? Actually, because we've got thorns, I don't think we need the extra healing from Gummy. Let me just think. Yeah, we don't need the extra healing from Gummy. So let's bring Orenko. See you, Ninja Master. Thanks for coming. You know what we could do? It looks like this is the best Silver Ash. I need a strongest Silver Ash. But what would actually be really simple is if we get a strongest Surtur and we just get Surtur to... Yeah, let's just make this as easy as possible. Yeah, Lumber, can you add him? What? This is challenge mode. If it was common flavor, it'd just be easy in the grass. My scene account's fine. It's got no stamina. All right, thank you. We could just what we may end up doing is just get Surtur to kill the boss, and then we use Chen as a slow. We'll see if we need to do that. Because you can put Chen on the lower wall, as close to the exit. And then she'll slow the chicken plus while killing everyone. And that allows you to set up your other slows further down the line. Okay. Alright. Bagpipe is on skill 2. Yep. Which is slightly better for this, just to kill this first dude as fast as possible. Although she's not E2, that's little rough. Oh, I'm not sure how this is going to go. I think we're going to have to... I would like to put down the Pluma, but I don't think I've got enough time.
早く
あいつらを通さなければいいんだよね。意志を堅固にするは規律。お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。うわ、みんなこっち来て。ターゲットロックオン。
Let's get digging. We shouldn't need strong heals over here because Thorns heals himself. And the Pluma can't be healed. No, we want to set up first. So we need enough DP to drop Chen, Susuro, and Silrash all at once. To keep Chen alive. Now let's hope Perfuma... Oh crap. Not Perfuma. La Pluma. Oh my god. I need some DP real quick in case she dies. Is that stun gonna last long enough? Oh my god, look at that! Look at that! Holy crap! The DPS Myrtle comes out. Actually, there's no reason not to put her down. And let's dig that. Oh god. Oh god. We're gonna need 2 healers to keep them alive? Or is Susuro just not high enough level? Oh, Susuro's not on the right skill. That explains it. And he's only level 2. No devices. Oh god. Lumber, do you happen... You have Surta, right? M3 Surta? Oh, okay. This should still work. Let's just go with this. I think if Susuro has the right skill, they should live long enough. Shouldn't have done that. Was that account made during this one? Yes, Sada, can you add? Just so we can get this done. And then, yeah, can you add this? J2805. And then we can just use Chen in the bottom. And it'll be easy. Sada, can you set Serta, please? Thank you. Welcome back, Ripper. Okay. Susuro's on the right skill, yep.
Ketsu そしてさらに 120% の情熱を上乗せして頑張りましょう。本気で行くよ。
What did we do last time? We put thorns over here.
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
生命を救済しうる慈しみ。
速さで行く。早く。
いいよ。思考を明晰にするは戦術。ご指示を。
命令を。
I swear sometimes I can't see my cursor.
今日もよろしくね。ターゲットロックオン。
意志を堅固にするは規律。思考を明晰にするは戦術。みんなこっち来て。
Okay, I think this is where we had to activate the skill last time, wasn't it?
真っ二つにしちゃうから。
No, not yet.
動き回るな。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだ。
Actually, I think we had to activate it to save.
お前の死を移し。
Actually, the spear chucker, because it got such short range, it's actually more difficult to distract them than you'd think. Yeah, they're actually going to still attack her.
さっさとやっちゃおう。
本気で行くよ。
Yeah.
警戒態勢を維持します。
Okay.
意志を堅固にするは規律。手紙をアンダーストーム。悪くない場所だ。
わあ、リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
こちらチェン、時間には限りがあるんだ。
戦場は大丈夫。すぐ治るから。
言われなくても一匹も逃げられると思うな。言われなくても分かってる。
私ならここに。
敵を死にした。
We don't have a distraction to keep her alive, so we just retreat her. I think we might actually put La Pluma over here because we need to do just a little bit of slow.
もう逃げ場ない。わあ、見ちゃうところ。本気で行くよ。
I need that guy to move faster, please. Pretty sure he's going to one-shot Podenko. I know, it's out of range. Is that going to be enough? No. Just not enough. I think if I'd waited 2 seconds on the Pluma to let the big guy go past, it may have made enough of a difference. I think back to Silver Ash is probably better because he does kill more of those dudes right before there, even though he doesn't do as much damage. And hopefully this time Susuro's heal will be enough to keep him alive. Okay, what can we swap? The Pluma's severely underleveled. And I actually think Texas might end up being better. Right, let's try this. But you need to put more into healers. You need to level healers more. And the supports. Solar Corpse, thank you for the follow. We're gonna have a million DP with this team. Okay. 1, 2. Oh crap. A little too early. Yeah, we're kind of in trouble. Yeah, he's dead. I forgot there was the extra wave of idiots. Yeah, I was too focused on the right side when it went wrong. I need to wait one more wave. I even mentioned it in the previous run before, that you need to wait. Somebody asked about Elysium. Elysium is skill 6. Now he does have the stun thing, which we can't... the range of the stun, if he's where Myrtle is, will he reach out and block the chicken when it goes past? Lumber, thank you for the sub. He will reach the chicken? Okay, well then we'll bring him instead of Myrtle, I suppose. Although we might not have enough deployment at the start. Yeah, he's much slower. I don't know, because I'm guessing she's got... Yeah, she's got Mastery. He's only skill 7. Although, we could replace Red. But I feel like we may need Red at the last second for the chicken. But if we have Elysium, then we don't need that. Let me think. Now let's do it. Let's bring Elysium.
それじゃあ出発しようか。みんな僕のルートに沿って行動してね。
ドクター、ここっていい景色だね。
I don't know why I faced Metal away.
わあ、みんなこっち来て。生命を救済シュールは慈しむ。
相手のターゲットは誰かな。
Alright, now just have to hope there's no leak over here. Texas is gonna die. Come on, Texas, activate your skill.
了解した。
全員の行動力を奪う。
思考を明晰にするは戦術。
これで分かったでしょ。
わあ、みんなこっち来て。
Are you ready for a truckload of DP?
分かった。動き回る。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろ
う。意志を堅固にするは規律。意志を堅固にするは規律。わあ、見ちゃうところだった。警戒態勢を維持します。意志を堅固にするは規律。大名よ、轟け。
分かった。お前の攻撃。
Alright, Thorns, I really need you to clean up. Come on.
ここは私に任せろ。医者ならここに。ここだよ。
承知。
思考を明晰にするは戦術。サンダーストーム。
何か考えがあるな。己が存在を自らに問え。
そいつらを逃がす。それだけに気を取られないで。怪我してるよ。
The placement of the unit over here makes it perfect to double tap both skills instantly. I'm pretty sure they're both just gonna pop. Yeah, it's fine.
私ならここに。
信号は安定。いつでも行けるよ。
Alright, we'll bind that chicken as soon as he gets into range.
問題ないよ。
意志を堅固にするは規律。
即戦即決。
言う通りにしますね。邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。戦うしかないようです。
Stop attacking that side.
始めよう。手はず通りに。思考を明晰にするは戦術。命令を。
Is the stun gonna come up in time?
思考を明晰にするは戦術。誰にも縛られるつもりはない。
Think he's dead? Yep, he dead.
うわ、
See you later, alligator.
堅固にするは規律。アーツユニット起動します。
Alright.
サンダーストーム。思考を明晰にするは戦術。
like a better spot for him, but there isn't really one.
いい位置だ。
邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。
決まったか。
Are these big guys that you can't see? No, okay, there's no other thing there.
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
己が存在を自らに超
Hmm,
こちらチェン。
I'm really concerned.
時間には限りがあるんだ。
生命を救済しうるは美しい。初期化完了します。
I think this guy's gonna leak. Yeah.
どいて、みんな道を開けて。
But we'll do it for real this time, and it'll be fine.
医者にすぐ見せないと。
I think I should just leave the guy out of the duel, like right away. There's no point just holding him there because it's just doing nothing, and it'll be fine.
Arknights.
ドクター、元気がいいじゃないか。
Okay. EX. Texas kind of ended up doing nothing over there, but we were just shy of getting Thorns down. Let me think. We should probably just put Myrtle over there. Yeah, and then we just retreat because we got a million DP. We don't need both Myrtle and Elysium out once we've got the initial line set up. So we do that.
ビクトリアのバグパイプ、波状棒とともにマイル。本気で行くよ。
バット。
Right, let's hope Texas doesn't die instantly. That would be nice. No, she's even worse over here. Oh, she got the stun off at least.
うわ、見ちゃうところだった。
I need to get... Elysium can tank it for long enough. Yeah, let's retreat. Myrtle, put down you.
生命を救済しうるは美しい。
Can I get away with this?
アーツユニット、警戒態勢を
There we
維
go.
持します。意志を堅固にするは規律。
Doom, 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 doom.
思考を明晰にするは戦術。 一発で仕留めます。
信号は安定、即戦即決。
邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。
目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。
こは私に任せろ。
怪我人はいない。
いい
サンダーストーム。
思考を面積にするわ戦術。
決まったか。何か何時らが孤児せし部位、何人も語り継ぐことかなわん。
時間それだけに気を取られないで。怪我してるよ。
信号は安定。いつでも行ける。
No, I don't want to activate his skill and risk not having it for the chicken. Actually, I can preemptively set up Texas for a stun over here. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yes, because I have to retreat all of these anyway. And I could even just leave her out, and then she could just stun the duelist as he goes past.
何か考えがある。
こちらチェン。
戦場は騒がしいから、指示はもっと大きい声でお願い。
信号は安定。いつでも行けるよ。
思考。
いや悪いね。僕は別に信徒じゃないよ。問題ないよ。
命令を。了解した。切りつく。
Alright, this time I'm going to deploy out of range of that dude.
邪悪を壊滅しうるわ。
The spear trackers have such a short range, and these guys have a massive range. I think that's okay.
わかりました。思考を面積にするわ戦術。
手はず通りに。
Attack the chicken! For God's sake.
戦うしかないようです。
邪悪を壊滅しうるは勇猛さ。
ドクター、何か。
Dead.
どこに行けばいいですか？
You know, I might even just swap her for Silver Ash. Yeah, let's do that.
準備完了。
いい。
問題ないよ。
ここは私に任せ。
思考を面積に。医療プロセス開始します。
I'm not sure if Silver Ash is gonna die, but
何か
may as well do this.
決まったか。
Come on.
何時らが孤児せし部位、何人も語り継ぐことかなわん。
問題ないよ。即戦即決。
了解した。
性能を救済しうるわ。
時間には限りがあるんだ。
And there's the final one.
手はず通りに。さすがドクター君ね。これだけの敵を相手にしても完璧に指揮をこなせるなんて。
And there you go.
ドクター、元気がいいじゃないか。
You're most welcome. I'll give you your account back. And then I think we've got one last one. Ventus, this will be the last one. I won't be able to do CM as well. Alright, Ventus, send me your login. Eldridge, you need to level up medics. Like, you really need medics. Susuro would be my first candidate. You've already got Telopsis, that's okay. So do Susuro and maybe like Ansel for a 3-star. Because Ansel will be cheap, and then you get someone better later. It's an easy replace. The next event will either be CC or Vigilo. At this point, we have no idea where Vigilo has gone. Alright, send me the code when you get it. Also, if you want to use La Pluma, I would level her up too as well. La Pluma needs stats in order to keep herself alive. They do Vigilo and CC at the same time. You can, if you need to farm red certificates. Ah, dream time. Ventus, did you get the code? Overall, Warfarin is a better pick, but Lapland is harder to get, and she's also great. It depends. If you got a new account, Lapland will probably do more for you, because her silence is so good early on. But the more veteran your account, the better Warfarin becomes. I've tried again. Yeah, if you finish chapter 7, by that point, Lapland is not as useful. She's useful roughly every second event from that point onward. Ventus, still no code? There's no extra space or anything, so it's exactly what you gave me. Maybe refresh your email? In challenge modes, they specifically have a no silence allowed. This is around the time they realized we need to do something about Lapland. Alright, I've tried again. Still nothing, Ventus? You can see I've done this several times before, so it should work completely fine. You sure you're in the right email? Like you're not in another inbox or something? And it's not in spam, maybe? Oh, it's amazing when you're missing one clue and the daily clue is the exact one you need. A beautiful. I've tried again. We'll do one last shot. If it doesn't work for you, then I'll just do the other hand on. We can do this another time. It's weird how you're not getting it. It's worked perfectly fine before. Gun sniper, nothing. Right, if you still haven't gotten it, it's just not working. Maybe a whole ton will show up at once. We'll do it another time. Right, let me look at the other one. Kura, can you send me your login email, please? Revolution, that's not a tick. That's an X. So to bind, you log in, then you go to the settings section, account, then you click unbind to the Yostar account. It'll get you to verify, and then you put in the new one, and it'll verify the new email. Kura, are you there? On DM. Discord. Okay. No worries, Uprising. By the way, where are the tick marks and the X's? I don't see them in the emoji list. There's a lot of blacked out emojis. Genuinely don't see these. Don't know where they are. Sports, food, weather, animals, people. Lots of people. Okay, Kura, send me the verification code once you get it. Alright, I just need 5 more RMA on my main account, and I've got all I need for the next 3 months. 4 months. But I may as well get a bit more, that way I just don't have to farm in the future. Okay, let's go.
Arknights. ドクター、元気がいいじゃないか。
Okay. Now you wanted CM as well. All right. Mastery. No mastery. Obviously no mastery on that guy. He's not leveled high enough. Right. Korea. Well, actually, we don't need Korea. Siege. Warfarin.
これはやらねばならない戦いなのか。
What else? Dernar's really good on this stage. Now the only thing is, I ideally always like to borrow Suzu, just for the easy chicken. But I think we're gonna have to go for the triple supporter again. 1, 2, 3. Actually, what's no, she doesn't have that. I don't think any of them do. They're not high enough level. Hello, Hikaru. Welcome. Okay. And we're gonna borrow Chen. Oh, is there a higher one than that? Have a look. There's a 30, there's a 40. 40, 40, 40. Okay. Now, I still need to check the skills actually. We're gonna have to do these two for the boss. For La Pluma, I can't decide if we bring skill 2 to kill one of the duelists, or we'll go skill 1 to hold earlier on. I think we're gonna have to do skill 2 because the first big guy, I'm pretty sure, is gonna get there before any support arrives. It's the correct one, it's the correct one. These don't matter, that's fine, it's fine. This needs to be that. That's correct, it's correct, correct, correct. We can do Warfarin to buff Chen. The only problem is I have a feeling the boss is going to kill Chen. So we kind of don't have a choice but to do this. Let's try it. Yeah, the chop RNG just screws up pretty much any range strategy. Hang on. What's the formation going to be here? La Pluma over there actually completely works. I mean, it should work. And then Siege over there. Oh no, Mountain. What do we do with Siege? Maybe we do Siege over here, Mountain over there, La Plume over there, cutting like that. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. But then we've got Dernar as well. Actually, I might put Dernar over here. So undecided. Dernar's good because she's going to wipe out those... Dernar's actually really nice up here because she's going to wipe out that big group of dudes. And I feel like I kind of need to do that. So we're going to do Siege over here, Dernar over here, La Pluma over there. That's the plan. Do we have enough DP though? God, that's tight. This. Almost leaked in 2 lanes at once. Now I'm undecided if I should put Dernar now. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. 行くよ。問題ないわ。ほら、しっかり。わあ、みんな、こっち来て。
Come on, dude. Die.
こちらチェン。戦場に出たから死ぬ覚悟決めろ。私に指図するな。愚か者。どけ。
This dude's still alive. Just die already.
今行くぞ。どけ。私に指図するな。敵を死にした。医療機器の設置は済んだ。
Maybe you could have left Chen up for 1 second longer and she could have shot this dude.
貴様の生死は私が決める。
Okay, chicken. Earth Spirit can survive a couple of hits from this guy. But he's not moving fast enough. Still can't believe that guy's still alive.
準備完了。私の武器は誰にでもあっ
I think I'm gonna have to activate La Pluma's skill.
言う通りにしますね。ドクター。
Am I really gonna have to activate La Pluma's skill just to kill this guy? Oh, and there's another croc. Is Bedenga gonna die? That guy's range is massive! Stop attacking so far!
ドクター、さっさとやっちゃおう。戦うしかないようです。
I'm not sure if there's enough.
どこに向かえこっち向け
Who was there? Derna. Oh my god, Derna died as well.
ウムがみんなを守る。
ええ。
Yeah, not enough slow.
今回は残念だったけど、これくらいでは諦めないわ。
Yeah, Gummy for the RNG stun. I might actually even put Gummy to heal the to heal the slowers on the wall. The main reason I held it back is just in case someone died and it's gonna leak, as we saw. Thank you, Silver, for the follow.
Arknights。ドクター、元気がいいじゃないか。
The Pluma's getting kills from the other lane. She's hitting hitting the bottom bit. The problem is there's not enough arts damage. Oops. Right. Back to Chen. Right, what are our options? What does she do? It's not much. There's always red if we need a bit of extra. Magellan takes too long to set up after they die. And she's not in any safer spot than the rest of them, because they're still all going to be on the wall. But she doesn't die in one hit. It might be good to use her just to... There is Ethan. Actually, it would be nice to bring Ethan. What I would like is I would like Irene. Give me Irene instead of La Pluma for this. Do I really need Siege? Because I can just put Mountain there. Mountain later on is better. Siege is just good for the early DP. And then I'll bring Ethan. Honestly, I think Ethan alone would be enough to deal with the chicken. And we just activate this skill. Alright, let's try that. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum.
出発だ。
みんな助けに来たよ。
That's right, last time we cut it really close.
みんなこっち来て。
あいつらを通さなければいいんだ。
But since we got Mountain this time, he's cheaper to deploy.
加減はしますよ。どこに向かえこっち向け。
怖くはないわ。
わあ、本気で行くよ。
Man, do I wish Derna had like, one attack range so that her skill could activate and hit down the lane as well. Okay. The spear chucker should charge her up really fast. Thorns. Mountain is doing much more damage to this guy as well. Oh, whoops. Set up. And let's also set up Ethan before I forget. Oh, I was really slow on that setup. This is not good. I was just watching the glory of Mountain over there. Alright, Ethan's skill is charged, which is good. Yeah, this is really bad. This guy was way deader by this point. Although, to be fair, Chen is killing a lot more dudes. Is the guy gonna die? Yep. Alright, activate the bind. Now, because that first cast is dead, because Chen stayed out longer, it's actually safe to deploy here. Actually, let's put the Denko over here, and let's get you going over here. Surely he's got to die. He's not going to die? Are you serious? Ethan did not get him once? Jesus. No, you don't face Earth Spirit that way. Alright, we're gonna do the same thing again, and we're gonna do it for real this time, and the RNG is not gonna screw us over. Does increasing his skill level affect... No, just boost the attack. Okay, Ethan. For the love of God. Give me some good RNG. Yes, and this... Actually, funny enough, delaying the start of the fight was actually better. Because it killed the caster guy. So I think I'm going to do that again. I'm going to delay the start. Because that caster's... He's the only problem. After... hang on, who's going down next? Lupluma. He's the only other problem after the... after the boss explodes. Rank 7, it goes to 2.5 times or something? Yeah, I swear I remember seeing it being higher somewhere. Rather than just 2 times. Oh my god, I put it down too late. Is that a problem? Let me think. Yes? Kind of is, because Derna needs heals. Oh god, if this guy doesn't die, we are so much trouble. Yeah, put Derna down just a little bit too late. Kind of got no choice. Right, that guy, he's dead. I'm also wondering if I can... Oh wait, no, this guy, it's... this guy's still there. Hang on, actually, let me do this, then this. And then hopefully it's enough time for Chen to wake up. Did we not get a single bind again? Derna just to club him. Alright. Let's get some binds going. It's not over yet.
本気で行くよ。どこに行けばいいですか？
ええ、大地の力。悪くない場所だ。
Okay. What can we do with Warfarin? I'd like to put it there.
言われなくても分かってる。
Ethan, look at this. His binds are insane on the anything but the chicken. Okay. Just a little bit of damage to this guy. And then just kill everything else, please.
ここは私に任せろ。
ドクター、脅かさないでよ。ここだ、コキーザー、もっとやれ。私に指図する。
Ah, clicked the wrong one.
ドクターの言う通りにするよ。思ってたよりちょっと大変。
Ah, no. He moved too fast.
うわ、見ちゃうところだった。
こちらチェン。ええ。
どうすりゃいいんだ。はい。フムの特製料理だよ。
Glory to Gummy. Yeah, man, I was just trying to finish it off faster, but the dude rushed right past the Bloomer's skill. Gummy clubbed him just before I retreated. Now you retreat the guy so that he's no longer in the fight, and then La Pluma kills him. Okay, that's it. I knew I had to block us if it was going to leak anyway, so it was all good. Okay, that's the last handhold of the night. You can have your account back. And as I wind down, I'm just going to go through some of my daily stuff. So, that was almost all of them were asking for Stage 8 CM. Fairy Tale, Usagi, Siren, thank you for the follows. I missed all three of you. Right, so next stream is going to be this Saturday. I will be doing a few things. So people have requested some anime content. My initial plan was to go through every anime I've seen, but considering I've seen so many, that'll take hours. So what I'm going to do instead, we're going to do it in bits. And I'm going to start with probably like 50 anime that I recommend. So I'm going to pick 50 anime from across the ages, across the genres, across the age groups, across the types, everything. I'll pick 50 that I recommend, many of which you may not have heard of. Depending on what sort of anime you watch, you will, because of the variety that I'm going to select, you will likely find something new that you can really sink your teeth into. There's plenty of great old stuff that is definitely worth looking into. And then people have also requested the Arknights waifu tier list, which is really going to be me talking about how I don't like that many of the character designs. So I will be dunking on your waifu. But you asked for it, so no complaining. I think that's also going to take quite a while. So I think with what we'll do this time is we'll just do the female characters, and then we'll do the male characters another time. Especially because I think the male characters in general have better designs overall. Hang on. Who wants to go here? You. You're only plus 15. You're plus 20. Okay. Anybody else need a recharge? Nope. So we'll do that. We'll just do all the female characters, and then we'll do all the male characters another time. Because I think I'll probably have more to say on the male characters, even though there are fewer of them. So yes, there's going to be... Now, with the anime stuff, because I'm going to be talking about stuff I recommend, it's going to be all positive. The anime that I don't think very highly of, that'll have to be another time. And there's quite a few popular shows that I think are, at best, thoroughly mediocre. But we'll get to those another time. And as for gameplay, we will probably do a little bit more Gavial Handholds, since I think it'll be the last chance. Let me have a look. When does Gavial end? And with the waifu tier list as well, I think I'll have to incorporate some skins, because there's some characters where like the default is not very interesting, but the skins make it a lot more interesting in terms of like the design. Hang on. No, I need to go here. 3 days. Actually, is that Thursday, Friday? Oh, so we're on Friday morning now for me. So Friday. Yep. So Saturday will be the last opportunity, really. So yeah, I'll do a little bit of Gavial Handholds probably at the end of the stream on Saturday. Other gameplay, I think I might, because there's nothing on CN. The CN event doesn't start until next week. So I might start some other strategy game. I'm not sure. I'll pick something and I'll probably play that a little bit. Let's have a look at the list of my games to play. I've got a lot to get through. Although I want to pick something that I play all the way through on stream. Guild Wars 2, I could do the Guild Wars 2 account tour, but I think I might just hold that until the expansion is coming out. Because no matter what, I'll be playing the expansion, and I may as well stream it if people are interested in it. For the early days of the expansion, I'll be cutting back on Arknights, because I've been looking forward to this for a long time. In Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars Factions, which is set in Cantha, the continent that we're going in the new Guild Wars 2 expansion, was my favorite Guild Wars 1 expansion, so I am very much looking forward to going back there, and I really want to see what they've done with the city. I have kept away from all the videos and such, so I will be surprised as it happens. So there's Hades, but I've played way too much Hades. I need to play a game that's on my list to actually be played, because at this rate, I have got way too many damn games building up. And if I was going to go back and replay something, I'd probably want to go and replay something like Mass Effect. I've kind of got the feeling for that. So there's Detroit Become Human, which I've only played like a couple of hours in, so it'd be very easy to get you up to speed if I do that. And I can always, get chat's input on decisions to make. When I started, I shot the guy at the very start. So it's a very choice-heavy game, and at the start there's an android taking this girl hostage, and you play a negotiator, and you're also an android, and you can get information to use on the guy to let the girl go. I ended up just shooting him in the head and then catching the girl. Then I also need to replay Control because I haven't touched any of the DLC, but I do want to do a full playthrough. It's not that long of a game. Then there's a few like really obscure games. There's a visual novel game called Shibuya Scramble, which has a very interesting premise. Then I've also got what else do I have here? I would like to, for once, finally sit down and finish the original Deus Ex. Deus Ex Human Revolution is one of my favorite games, and I've been meaning to go back and play the original Deus Ex. The problem is it's very dated. It has not aged well at all in terms of gameplay, especially the controls and the interface. And I keep starting it. I play like an hour, and then it's such a tedium to get a hold of, like, just to get used to playing the game, that I always end up dropping it. But I never uninstall it, so I keep coming back to it. But because I put it off for so long, I have to restart because I don't remember what I was up to. It's one of those very open-ended games. Frostpunk is an excellent strategy game. I'll probably one stream do one playthrough of that. That is a really fun game to play. Definitely one of my favorite city builders, and it's a city builder unlike any other. Then I've got Octopath Traveler to finish, although that game's not that engaging, so I don't know how engaging it would be on stream, how many people would be interested. The story's kind of crap. I'm mainly there for the gameplay. I'm not even sure if I'll finish it. Rayman Legends, the best platformer, 2D platformer of all time. That's due for a replay at some point. Subnautica. I've been meaning to... I've played a few hours of that, but I've been saving it until I get a VR headset. Then I've got the eternal Skyrim install. I've had Skyrim installed since it came out, and I have the same 10-hour save file that I'm still waiting to revisit. I have not played RimWorld. My best friend, his favorite game pretty much is RimWorld. Persona 5, yeah, I've played the original Persona 5, and I'm about 2/3, 3/4 of the way through Persona 5 Royal. Because I'm so far in through that, it's probably not a very good stream play, because I'm pretty much done. I have not played RimWorld. I'm not 100% sure if it'd be my kind of game, but I'd probably give it a shot at some point. I'll ask him for advice. Transistor, it's only like a 2-hour game. Easily one of my favorite games of all time. The soundtrack, the combat system in that game, just so beautiful. There's also another strategy game, turn-based strategy game called Troubleshooter, Abandoned Children. Another kind of obscure one. But I'm a sucker for turn-based strategy, so I'll play any of them as long as they're not terrible. And then on Steam, I've got another one called Fell Seal that I've been meaning to play. So even though I'm tempted to go back and play one of the older Fire Emblem games and do the, worst team challenge once again, I've got a few more modern games that I need to get through of the same genre. What else is there? Then there's the console stuff, but I need to figure out how to hook up the console to the... I've already played the Zero Escape series. Zero Escape is amazing. Absolutely love that series. One of the few visual novel puzzle games that's actually any good, that has any good gameplay. And the story is excellent as well. A lot of them, like Danganronpa, for instance, the characters in Danganronpa are really one-dimensional. The story is basically nothing. The gameplay is incredibly basic. There's basically no puzzles. And so if you're not hooked by the weird premise and the weird characters in Danganronpa, it's kind of boring. Whereas Zero Escape is just so much better in pretty much every aspect. I got to play Disco Elysium as well. That's a game I'm meaning to play for a while. It's quite long though. Then there's Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot game. One of those point-and-click mystery games. Griftlands, I need to play that. Iron Harvest for... it's set in the same world as one of my favorite board games, Scythe. Then I even want to play Persona 5 Strikers, the Persona 5 soccer game. The Surge 2 as well. I'm tempted for a Dishonored rerun. I watched the making of Dishonored the other day, and now I want to play it again. Do I like playing Minecraft? Minecraft is a great game, but I would probably only play it for a very little bit. It's like mega open-ended games where there's no, like... where it's just too open. For me, those games, they don't hold my attention for that long. Xenonauts. Xenonauts, that's the... I always get it confused with another game that's very similar name. Xenonauts, that's the little guy with the psychic powers and you go into people's brains and stuff. Is that the one? Or is that Astronauts or something like that? No, that's Psychonauts. Now, what's Xenonauts then? I need to play Psychonauts 2, by the way. That's another one for the list. Ever since I got back into Guild Wars 2 quite heavily and then into Arknights, I haven't played much or anything. Oh, XCOM. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I love the XCOM games. I even played XCOM Chimera. That's also really fun. I finished that recently-ish. Alien Isolation. Unfortunately, Alien Isolation does not scare me. So, most of the effect is lost on me. Maybe if it was played in VR. Speaking of Alien Isolation, it reminds me of Bioshock. That's another one that's probably worth going back and revisiting. Actually, I haven't finished Bioshock 2. What horror games do scare me? Honestly, I don't think any of them do. Maybe in VR they would, but outside of it, like, you know, maybe a jump scare might make you jump, but jump scares are not scary. That's just being surprised. Have I played Wildermyth? I have not heard of Wildermyth. However, even though horror games don't scare me, if it's got great gameplay, like Dead Space, right? Love those games. I like tension. And I find games like Dead Space to be very tense. But something like, what was that one that everybody got really scared by? Outlast. When there's not really any gameplay, and the whole thing is just to get scared, and you don't find it scary, it gets kind of boring. When there's not really much gameplay and it's just the scares, like an Outlast. Do I play any RTS? I love RTS games. Iron Harvest, the game I mentioned earlier, that's an RTS game, and I want to play that. That's probably the next RTS I'll play. I'm also always up for another playthrough of StarCraft 2, the campaign. Those are some really fun campaigns. I'm a huge Warhammer fan, so Total War 3 is probably something I'll play at some point. I haven't looked much into that, so I don't know what races are playable in that. My favorite army to play in the actual tabletop is the Vampire Counts. Then what other RTS games? I'm always up for 40k Dawn of War, Dark Crusade as the Necrons, my favorite 40k race. Witcher 3, my favorite game of all time. I am totally down for another playthrough of Witcher 3. And of Thronebreaker, and there's another Gwent game, and there's also another Witcher adventure card game as well. I need to play all of those. Shogun I've already played a fair bit, so I won't be revisiting that. Ever played DMC or Nier? Yes, I've played both. I think I've finished every DMC game, except for... I think it was the fourth one, the one where you play as Nero as the protagonist. Yeah, I think it was the fourth one. I have not. I think I only played halfway through that one, but I finished 1. Oh, and 2 as well, because 2 is not very good. I finished 1, 3, 5. The other one, the Ninja Theory one, the young Dante one. I finished that too. And near. I finished to, I think, like one ending, and then I stopped. Metal Gear Rising, finished that as well. Absolutely loved it. Yeah, Metal Gear Rising is really fun. I want them to play another one, and similar to Metal Gear Rising, well, not exactly similar, but another great game with the same sort of visual aesthetic is Vanquish. If you haven't played Vanquish, I highly recommend it. Although hopefully they fixed the FPS bug. So in that game, you basically play Iron Man, who's got turbo boosters attached to him, so you can boost around the level, slide around, and when you slide, it goes into a slow-mo. Now, there was a bug at release on the PC version where the rate at which the slow-mo meter drained was tied to the frame rate. So the higher the frame rate, the faster the meter drained. And so there was really there was a real problem because the core mechanic is the boosting around and using the slow-mo to kill enemies. It's a really fun game. Yeah, nostalgic and great. Vanquish is available on Steam. For a long time, it was stuck on console, and then they finally brought it over. And then there's all these other games coming out, like Elden Ring, that I need to play. I've told myself I'll play through Final Fantasy XIV for the story. I am level 35, 40 on my Paladin. And then, actually what completely put it on hold was starting the Arknights channel. Finished Cuphead, I've done that. I'm not doing it again. The final boss sucked. I hate the fact that you have to go through several bosses just to retry the final boss. But yeah, Cuphead, the visual style is amazing. There's also a cartoon of it coming up. I'll have to wait and see how that is. It doesn't feel retro enough, the cartoon, but who knows? Maybe that was just a trailer. Kingdom Come Deliverance, yep, I've played that. That's like very realistic-ish type game, which is, it's a bit too realistic type for my tastes. Like I prefer something a bit more arcadey, like Skyrim. You know, something that's a bit more forgiving, and you know, or like Witcher 3, where it's a bit more guided. You know, still open world, but a bit more guided. It's why games like games like Ark Survival Evolved, that type of thing, it's not my sort of thing. I like a story. I like a more direction, you know. God, there's too many games. There's too many games. I even have a spreadsheet keeping track of my games. Give me one sec. Let me find the spreadsheet. Actually, is it on? Which computer is it on? Where is my spreadsheet? I think it might be on a drive. Yeah, it's not here. Oh, it's somewhere here. But it keeps track of all the games I've got to play and I'm looking forward to playing. God, there's too much. It's too much. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to... There's no way I'm gonna get through them if I just play Arknights on streams. So I'm gonna do more variety stuff, and I think it'll be more interesting for people as well. The real question is just which games will people find more interesting to watch on stream? Yeah, Stardew Valley, that's a great game, but it's not my kind of game, because again, it's one of those things where it's like just too open-ended, like Animal Crossing. I always find it really charming, but it's the sort of thing where I prefer something like Roller Coaster Tycoon. I love Roller Coaster Tycoon, where it's just you build up something once, you do the level, and then it's done, and then you go on to another level. The infinite expanse of building infinitely in games like Stardew Valley, for me, it's too open. But yes, I love Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. That's like a... If I ever need some nostalgia of something that's really easy, pick up and play, don't have to get sunk into like a massive story, Roller Coaster Tycoon. Love that. Or Age of Empires. I've been playing... Not that long ago, I played through the remaster of Age of Empires 2. I got through a couple of the campaigns there. That's really fun. It's actually why I ended up using Age of Empires 2 in the video of... when talking about the sanity problem in this game. Because I was reminded having just played it. City Skyline, that's another great game, yeah. I also am quite tempted to go back and replay Divinity Original Sin, the first game. I actually prefer the first one to the second. In the second one, what they ended up doing is they ended up nerfing a bunch of things, and it made the game a bit more restrictive. And they also extended it by padding it out a lot. I thought the first game was a much slightly more broken, but tighter overall experience and better paced. And I thought it was really fun. Hello Sky, welcome. We're just winding down at the end. Yeah, for me, games need I want an end. When I finish a game like The Witcher 3, I just don't... Yeah, we started 5 hours ago. No, 7 hours ago. Yeah, the stream has been going for 7 hours. Any fighting games? Smash Brothers is the only one I played when I was younger. But I'm not very good at fighting games. Ever played Lisa? That sounds familiar. I think I played it ages ago. Another great game that I need to finish, funnily enough, because my save got corrupted or something. I don't exactly remember what happened. Was Papers, Please. It's a very short game, and I've tried to finish it multiple times, and every time I forget about it, and then I come back to it, and then the last time when I properly committed, it got corrupted like 30 minutes to go. It's a great game. Made by the same guy. One that I recommend if you haven't played it already is the Obra Dinn. It's like a story puzzle game where you're going into these different periods in time and trying to figure out what happened on this boat. Then and I'm also just thinking of all the other, like, we've barely touched on the console stuff. So for the console, I've got Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle to finish. Well, actually, I haven't even started it. I've got Shin Megami Tensei 4 and 5. I bought 4 when it came out. Still haven't I haven't even played it, and 5's already out. I've got to play Nocturne, Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne as well. I've heard good things about that. I need to go back and play the Metroid Prime trilogy. I've got to play... what's that over there? Oh, it's one of the Layton games. The one with Layton's daughter. I don't remember the subtitle of that one. One of the Phoenix Wright games as well to play from the 3DS. I've got to finish Xenoblade Chronicles, the first one, on the Wii. I need to finish... It's called Last Story, also on the Wii, another RPG. I think I'm halfway through that. Yakuza, yep. I'm a couple of hours into Yakuza 0. I need to play that. Toho games, you have to be more specific. What's a Toho game? Is that Dynasty Warriors? Will it be good if Arknights added a sandbox mode? What do you mean by sandbox mode? You mean like level creator? Okay, if Toho is a series, I thought Toho was a company. If Toho is a series I have probably not played any of them because I'd not heard of that before. Bullet Hell series. I'm not a big fan of Bullet Hells. The only one I kind of enjoyed was the what's it called? The one where you flip colors. Ikaruga, I think it's called. Yeah, custom levels in Arknights would be fun. Like if people could create challenges for it. Oh man, I've barely scratched the surface. We're mostly talking about games that I need to play. I've mentioned a few games I want to replay, but we haven't even touched all the stuff that I'm done with. For instance, I believe on the DS, the original DS, I have played and completed about 100 games there. Because for a long time, that was my main way for playing games. I didn't have a good PC back then. I traveled a lot. So the DS went with me everywhere. I played tons of games. It had so many good games. No, I'm not 50. It had so many good games. And many of them were really creative. Like there was this early game. It was called, I believe it had different names based on the region it was released in. I think in one region it was called Forgotten Memory, and another one it might have been called Another Code, or I'm getting confused and one is a sequel to the other. I don't remember, but you play this girl who's looking for her scientist dad, I think, and you go to this mansion, and it made really good use of the DS. It made use of every feature of the DS. So when there was like a surface covered in dust, you would blow into the microphone and it would clear away. It would clear away the dust. There was also a puzzle where you had to hold the DS like a book, sort of half closed, and the reflection on the top screen would go onto the bottom screen, and then you would see it would line up everything, and that would give you the codes to get into some lock or something like that. Yeah, there's another code, but then there's a sequel to it as well, and I can't remember the names of which one specifically. Hotel Dusk, loved that. Absolutely loved Hotel Dusk. That was really fun. Taking down the notes. Morning Kinetic, taking down the notes. Then talking to all the different people. I loved the visual style of it. It was so good. Then there was Kirby's Rainbow Road, I think it was called. No, Rainbow Nightmare. I can't remember. But the stylus was used to draw rainbows for Kirby to go on. You basically draw the levels for Kirby to move on. That was mega fun. I played all the Castlevania games on the DS as well. Huge fan of Castlevania. Played all the GBA ones as well. I've played pretty much the entire Fire Emblem series. Played almost every Mario game. Mario Land 1 on the original Game Boy. That was the first game I speedran. Aria of Sorrow, excellent game. Yeah, there's plenty of amazing games. I don't think I've played all the Phoenix Wrights because it's been a while since I've played any in the series, and I think they keep releasing new ones. Like there was a Sherlock Holmes cross Phoenix Wright one recently-ish, I think. I think I've started that one. I haven't finished it, but all the DS ones I finished for Phoenix Wright. Love the Phoenix Wright games. This is okay. You have to remember many of these games are really old. If you look this up, you'll realize these games are from a long time ago. They may seem recent if you've played them, but people forget how long ago many of these games came out. I have not had a chance to play a lot of games for a long time. Like these days, what you see me play Arknights on stream, that plus just doing my little daily bits and then the occasional login just to check on my my base and stuff. That's all the gaming I do. I have almost no free time to play anything else, which is why I'm going to start playing non-Arknights on stream as well. Otherwise, I'll never play anything else. I just don't have the time. I haven't had the time to play games, to play a lot of games in about 5 years, which is why my backlog is so big now. Yes, I played the first Danganronpa. God, there's so many good games. So many good games. I've even played some random visual novels that I found kind of fun. Actually, one that is it's not exactly, it's not like Arknights, but it's the sort of thing that Arknights fans who really like the characters would probably like, and it's called Code Realize. Very little gameplay. There's just a few choices and stuff. Handholds are done for today. We'll be doing more handholds on Saturday. So this visual novel is called Code Realize. Really, really beautiful art. The backgrounds in particular, super detailed. It's a Victorian steampunk. There's this girl who has like poison skin, and anybody that touches her skin basically dies because it melts through them and then, you know, gets their heart and kills them. And this thief called Lupin, which is the same inspiration for it's based on a French character, and it's the inspiration for Phantom in Arknights, and obviously Lupin in the anime series. He comes in, so she lives like in this like mansion locked away because she's poisonous basically, and I think when she gets stressed, she poisons the air around her or something like that. I don't quite remember. And so Lupin breaks in because he hears there's a treasure in this place, and obviously the treasure is the girl. So he gets her out of there because other people come and try to capture her to experiment on her. And then they end up teaming up with a bunch of other characters. So they team up with Victor Frankenstein, with Saint-Germain, a bunch of historical / fictional characters. And they're all like, obviously this is like protagonist is the girl, and there's a bunch of guys, and you pick whichever one to romance. But it's very tame. It's the story is just a really fun like steampunk adventure. And so each character has like their own specialty. Some of them have kind of got not exactly superpowers, but Victor's got like some crazy potion stuff. Saint-Germain is a vampire. There's one guy who's like this crazy engineer, and it does have a bit of an Arknights vibe in terms of the characters and all that. So that's one I recommend if you're into visual novels. But the gameplay is very basic. Like it's just, you make a few choices and then you can replay, make a few different choices to follow. Basically, whichever guy you pick, they become like the second most important character of the story. And I think there's like 6 guys. What else is there? I'm trying to think of other series that I love. Oh god, a game I need to play. I just remembered another game I need to play. Yes, I'm gonna do like a games recommendation list. I'm gonna do a big recommendation list. Shadow of the Colossus, the remaster on the PS4. That, for a while, until The Witcher 3 was my favorite game. And I still haven't played the remaster of it. I need to go back to it. It's one of those games where I wish I could forget the first time I played it. Shadow of the Colossus is so amazing. Absolutely love it. Chrono Trigger, I've played that. I've also played... I think I've played every big Super Nintendo game. I went back like maybe 8 years ago or something, and I played every notable Super Nintendo game. So I played Link to the Past, Chrono Trigger, the Final Fantasies, the Fire Emblems. Although Fire Emblem was with a what's it called? A fan translation, and part of the game was not translated. Part of it was very roughly translated. Like it's very clear they just Google Translate it just as a placeholder. So Jim, here's the thing. Let me tell you a secret. You play games while you watch anime at the same time. I am amazing at multitasking. In fact, depending on the game I'm playing and depending on the show I'm watching, I can do watching an anime, like if it's a shonen anime or if it's a slower, less dialogue heavy anime, I can watch an anime, play something like an MMO, like when I pretty much 100%ed Guild Wars 1. I'd say I'm like I 98%ed Guild Wars 1. The last couple of bits were not worth the trouble. And at the same time, so I can watch an anime, play an MMO, and I could also listen to an audiobook. Now, the anime needs to be in Japanese, and the audiobook needs to be in English. That way, there's no overlap in the words. But I can do all three at once. They just need to not be like high focus stuff. Like if it's a really intense game, then my focus is too much on the game. If it's a really like dialogue heavy anime, then there's then you just miss a bit too much. And with an audiobook, preferably it's something that if you were reading it as a book, it'd be very easy to read. So something like Harry Potter, especially if I've already listened to Harry Potter multiple times, and they're probably my favorite audiobooks read by Stephen Fry. So I can do a listen through of that, play Guild Wars 2 at the same time, and watch whatever the latest shonen anime is. You almost have to 100% Guild Wars 1 to get God Walking Amongst Me Immortals. With God Walking Amongst Me Immortals, there's one title that you don't need to get, and that is the, I believe it's called the Savior of Ascalon, or the Defender of Ascalon, I don't remember. Sky, you mean Demon Slayer? Yeah, Demon Slayer, it's a battle shonen, it's pretty straightforward. With, what's it called? Yeah, with Guild Wars 1, alright, actually, let me tell you guys about this. There's a title. There's no achievements in Guild Wars 1, instead there's just titles. There are two major titles. There's the God Walking Amongst Me Immortals, which is a title for getting 30 other titles, which pretty much means you've completed everything in the game. Except there's one other title in the game, and that's called the Defender of Ascalon, or something like that. And to get this single title, it takes just as much work as getting the 30 other titles to get God Walking Amongst Me Immortals. Because in Guild Wars 1, the very base game of Guild Wars 1, there is the starter area, like what you would think of as your starter zone in an MMO, is locked away from the rest of the game. Once you progress through that starter area, there's no going back. And in that starter area, there's a whole bunch of, there's several zones to explore, there's a bunch of quests, bunch of enemies. There's quite a bit to do, considering, like, for a starter area. There's a lot to explore. You can really get a feel for your class. You can try out all the different classes, because there's a multi-classing system over there. And then once you're ready, you take on the next story chapter, and then basically an event called the Searing happens, which is like these meteorites come down and they just wreck the place. And so now that Ascalon area where you started in goes from this beautiful lush green, and it becomes all wrecked. And so you can go back there, but it'll be a different version of it. So you will not see the people who are still in the true starter Ascalon. But there is a thing that you can do where you can choose to not play the story. Like, you can choose to stay in that starter area and level up to 20. Now, the level cap in Guild Wars 1 is level 20. However, like in most MMOs, once you get to a certain level, monsters no longer give XP when they're, like, 5 levels lower than you, or whatever it is. I think in Guild Wars it's 5 levels. I can't exactly remember. And so the max level enemies in that starter area are something like, they're either level 10 or 12. I'm not exactly sure. I did not do this myself, because when I describe what you need to do, you'll see why. It's absolutely insane. So, therefore, you can't level up just by killing the enemies, right? Because you get no XP. So how do you get to level 20 in an area with enemies, let's say, a level cap of 10? Right? That means you can get to 15. Even if you save all your quests, that's not enough. Guild Wars 1 has a system where if you die, the enemies gain XP. And so if you keep repeatedly dying to enemies, they will eventually level up. So this is what you do to get to level 20 in pre-Searing Ascalon to get that one title achievement. You kill yourself over and over. You gather up a group of enemies, you kill yourself. Go back in, you just keep killing yourself until they level up. Once they're at the level you need, you wipe them all out, you reset the instance, you go back in and you just do that over and over and over and over. It takes forever to do, because remember, like in just about every RPG, it takes more and more XP with each level that you go up. It takes a stupid amount of time. It's absolutely ridiculous how much time it takes. You could finish the entire rest of the game, everything else there is to do in the game, in the time it takes to just get that one achievement. So no, you do not need that for God Walking Amongst Me Immortals. It does count towards it if you want to do that, but there's no need. So yeah, it's crazy. It is one of the most insane achievements in an MMO. Like a single achievement that you can do that I've ever seen. Yes, it's probably a good idea to wrap up at this point. Too many games to play, too much to do. God, for a completionist, you got to do it. I knew a guy who did it. I was pretty, considering how much time I put into Guild Wars 1, I was really into it, but I was nothing compared to the guys who went for that achievement. Oh my god. Yeah, right. I'm going to sign off here. Next stream will be Saturday. I will think of what game to play. It'll probably be whatever strikes my fancy. I don't know. I'll probably do I might do a bit of a poll or something on YouTube or the Discord, and see what kind of game people want, whether it's a story game, an RPG, strategy, that sort of thing. Oh well, I get a bit of a feel. I want to play something that I can do from start to finish on stream. Not in one go, obviously. Doesn't have to be a short game. But yeah. Alright, I'll see you guys on Saturday. So as usual, the Saturday stream will be pretty much all day. And we'll do the waifu tier list. We'll do my top 50 anime recommendations. Yes. Let's do a raid. And we'll do the last bits of Gavial Handholds. For the Gavial Handholds, I highly recommend you try it yourself before then, because I'm not going to spend that much time on it. Right, let's figure out the raid. Where is the Arknights section? Right. Who do we send everyone to? Let's go with this one. Oh, it's in Portuguese, hang on. Right. Who do we go for? There's not many people who speak English that are online. Alright, let's go for this small streamer that I haven't seen before. Indonesian English. Oh, Lulu. Oh, there you are. Right, Lulu, we'll do you. Since you're there. Hang on. No, hang on. This is where you raid. Raid channel. Lock in. Alright. Raid is loading up. I will see you guys on Saturday. Enjoy. Be nice to Lulu. Sleep well, everyone.